信息。这样一个看起来小小的炊事车哈，打开了几面的这个篷布以后，能够给大家做这个热腾腾的饭菜哈，真的是让人看
Please make sure you keep yourself warm. And also we talk about the disease prevention work. So here we could see that people living together, especially at this quite dense place, and we could call on everyone. One, please make sure that you eat, drink safely, and drink that the drink provided by the people on site. So that's the drinkable or bottled waters. And also we talk about at these places, quick heat places, please make sure and be stay away from the secondary disasters. According to the weather forecast, because of the previously snowing weather, some of the roads, actually we could expect the packed snows and also the icy the surface. And also make sure that your engines not freeze. So that's the notice for the rescue workers. And also we could see that Qinghai, Minghe, had caused the mud flood to the village, covered a lot of buildings in this village. As of 5:40 a.m. this morning, 16 people still missing. So we could see the heavy trucks and machines on the site working to clean all this mud to save the people trapped inside. Let me bring you into some details. So you could see this is the village, and this is called Minghe village in Qinghai. And this is one of the seriously hit places. And the earthquake caused the mud actually to flow from the mountains to this village. Right now that you could not really tell it's a village, and the road all covered by the mud. And the firefighters are also working on site to clean all this mud. So could see that all this land actually covered by this kind of the mud is very thick, heavy. So let me show you the mud. So it's very white, very sticky. So it's very, very heavy in weight, so you cannot really rely on people's bare hands. That is why you could see that these three big machines working on site. So after the quake happened, that is unexpectedly. So we just heard a sound, and the tree actually is torn down by the mud. So the mud actually is covered all these a mudslide. So we not really expect these kind of a mud. So as you see my height, that's around 166. centimeters, and you could see that we talk about the mud at least 3 meters high. So this is also because of the situation that related to the river nearby. So this place, there is a river. So normally it's not really have a lot of water inside. And because of the water level, like the underground water level actually quite high, and because of the earthquake, that also caused all this mud coming to the ground. So the road narrowed, and also caused the mud to stop and increasing its height. So we could see a lot of roads still covered by the mud. So before the earthquake, I'm just standing at the center of the road, the street. Actually, this is the street, but you could not really see it anymore. It's all covered by the mud. So this is normally the river way, and because that coming to the road, the riverway become really narrow from 20 meters wide to the 5 meters wide. That is also why you could see that that the mud cannot go anywhere, so that it's built up its height. So we had around the 3 excavators working on site around the clock. We never see giving up, because that family members still waiting their loved ones. So the outside temperature is really, really low. That's sub-zero. So this is quite normal inside. So inside the tent, you could see the furnace here, so it's not cold inside. It's a late night, but we still could see that the building tent bring the supplies to the tent for the volunteers, for the rescue people. It's a team, no sleep. So when the earthquake coming, what we should do? We should do this, or we should running out. So we should cover our hats. So if you're inside, then you can cover yourself under the table until the tremor finished. If there's no cover for you, then look at anything that's for the cushion to cover your hats, to make sure that your head, your neck, that's a very vulnerable places, and also make sure that you also protect your legs and the food so you can run when the time is proper. If you are in the supermarket, then stay away from the shelf and also cover your hats. If you are outside, make sure that you cover your hats if nothing can utilize nearby. So that's around 10 meters above your head. If you're working on the street when earthquake happening, make sure you stay away from these kind of walls, vending machines, because these are very easily to falling down, and also stay away from the buildings with a lot of glasses, because earthquake could very easily cause the glasses collapse and falling down. And we also have our aftershocks, so make sure you cover your heads. And also you can use books, your bags to cover your heads. So all in all, when the earthquake striking, no matter where you are, do everything you can to first protect your head. So when the disaster happened, people made very hard to get back their homes, so they have to stay outside in the shelter place, especially in the winter time. That because of the low temperature, that you should also learn some knowledge to help you to overcome the difficulty time. So sleeping bags, or these kind of the air mat. If you don't have that, and also can find something that help you, that the plastics that you can also to put them on the floor, and you sleep on top of that. Same as for the papers. So for these papers actually can become as the air layer and to protect yourself warm. All these we are doing actually to help you stay away from the hypothermia. So you can use the newspaper to cover your weight. And you also can use the bags or the plastic wipe to fix them. So you could bring all these newspapers inside the plastic bag and also bring your food inside. That can help you also increase temperature, keep you warm. And also please notice that if that you cover your food or other place of your body for quite a long time, that could be sweat. And also that when it's way too sweat, then that will be too moisture, and that also will bring the heat out. So if that, also think about other way to protect your toes. This is also a good way to keep you warm. And also could see here that the film tent. That's something for camping, and you also can put them to cover you. So try to find something that's nearby to protect you, stay warm and safe. And we also talk about that when the electricity will knock out, what we should do. So you can also learn how to make a candle or something that's a light source. So you need the paper and edible oil, lighters, and also tin foil. So get the one layer, the middle layer of the tissue, and also slice them into 5. And you scroll it, twist it, and also to get a 3 centimeter wide a tin foil. And also use the toothpick to make a hole and bring this tissue strain from one side to the other. And also pour some the edible oil inside. Make sure that fully be covered the tin foil, and use the letter to light it up. And if, let's say, you have the can, and you can also do the same way. So this is that's the tuna fish can. So that's also it's an easy way to help you to make this kind of light. So we talk about it's still edible, so do not need to worry. So make sure that you have all these equipment. When suddenly the electricity went out, you can make some lightings by yourself. So that's also very useful information. And that's also giving a lot of information for us how to deal with the earthquake disasters. And also people ask that for the people that are trying to take the exams for the entrance to the master degree, and also right now is all the facilities actually guaranteed. You could see that the shelters, and we don't know whether that's the students trying to have the exam this week and living in the shelter, and hope everyone good luck, and also they can take the exam on time. And same for Qinghai, and also for the students, because they prepared for the whole year to take part in the postgraduate entrance exams. so that if you have any issues regarding the graduate school exam, please always make a phone call to the local authorities. Let's also look at for the other places to check that the information at the other shelter place.
And of course, part of the issue is getting through the rest of the winter. We've still got many months of it to go. Given that the infrastructure has been so badly damaged, how do you think resources will be used to ensure more sturdy, better long-term conditions for the people living there?
You know, one of the things China does relatively well, and in fact exceptionally well, developing country, is respond to natural disasters. It has the capacity to mobilize tremendous resources quickly, and likewise to shift public attention to these kinds of problems, prompting an outpouring of public concern and support. And we're seeing that happening now. We've seen, of course, the leadership at the highest levels making this a priority. We see people in social media talking about this and concern and looking for ways to help. Now, this won't change the fate of those who've already lost their lives, which we see estimates of between 120 to 130 presently. But it will help save many others and help others recover, including the estimated 700 injured. But, you know, again, what China does well is deal with infrastructure problems. And it's also got a number of programs for rural revitalization and improving the countryside. I think that there will be some people taking a close, careful look at how they can improve the lives of these local people, who, by the way, disproportionately is home to one of China's smaller ethnic minority groups, the Bonan people, or in Chinese we say Bao'an people. And so I think this will attract the necessary attention for a long-term recovery and rebuild when and where appropriate response.
All right, Joseph, really appreciate you.
To all the viewers, welcome to tuning in with CGTN New Media. Right now, we'll bring you the latest information on ground here in Gansu province, and this is here at the Xiaohongping village, Jishishan. That's also the epicenter of this earthquake. That's a magnitude 6.2. And we could see that the buildings here we see actually still we could see the cracks. So people is not really good enough to living inside. And also we also talked to local villagers and their houses actually also collapsed or damaged. And here we could see this is temporary. The shelters and this tent yesterday after the APLA arrived, they built all these tents overnight. So you could see this camel color, that's a tent that they use for the trainings. So right now they also build up the tents and also beds. So inside the tent, you could see that's a big family living in, and also the furnace also built up inside the tent. Make sure keep that people warm enough living inside. And we talk about temperature is minus 11 to 12 degrees Celsius, but still it's very freezing. So it's even more freezing overnight in the evening. So how many tents we have built? So started from yesterday to today, that's around more than 30 tents. So it's kind of accommodate 350 people living in. So for the tents, that's what we use for field training. So for us, when we do the field training, so for the grade 6 level of wind actually is proof. So it's wind resistant, and also we have the thermal materials inside, so it's warm, very warm. And also could see the furnace. So this place, we also make sure that the people use the furnace safe enough. So we also use that the additional layers of the tin foil to cover the furnace. So starting from this morning, we saw more and more people moving to the tent for this shelter. So we first pay a lot of attention to people's basic living needs, to have enough food to eat, and they have a warm place to live in. So what time you arrived here? So our team arrived here around 8 to 9 p.m. and worked overnight till this morning. And we still saw that our soldiers, the armed force, bring the beds inside the tent. So far for this place, for this temporary shelter place, we have enough supplies, and right now, so far, the basic needs met. So you could see that the tents is quite a big tent, and also we have that tent for the medical supplies, so that we could see that the medical personnel also have this tent to provide the medical treatment to the local villagers. So the local villagers nearby, they will also come here to get the treatment, to get the prescription, and also could see that the lady here is getting her blood pressure measured. So for this medical tent, they're scrambled to the front line. And yesterday, we built up this medical tent. And this morning, and we also built the facilities for the epidemic prevention and also treatment. We also need to do a lot of work to make sure there's no epidemic happened after the earthquake. So we will also have the prescriptions. So here you can see that the antibiotics and also prescriptions for the digestion. So it's the prescription for quite frequently seen diseases. So this is the medicine for digestion. So for these kind of like a common medicine, actually we prepared here at the right. So for different boxes, and also we have the boxes for the disinfection the place. And also for the lady that he coughing quite a long time. So we will also give her that the medicines, the drugs for her. And also oxygen bottle. So this is also available here. So that also actually for atomization. So we could see that the oxygen bottle, so it's not just for the inhaling of oxygen, but it also can use for atomization. So we talk about because of the earthquake, the people that frequently visit to the hospital right now, they could not go to the hospital, so they also can receive that prescription treatment here at the tent. And this tent also is the medical tent built up for the people at the shelter at the nearby places. So you could see that's a very busy working scenario, so we'll not further interrupt them. So let's also visit a different tent to give our viewers other the observations, and we'll also talk about these medical treatments are all for free. We talk about the villagers, actually, their house damaged or collapsed. So we also, let's see that the place provide hot food. So in the morning, let's see, yes, could see that still bring that the hot food to this tent. So this morning, they provide the hot food to the local villagers, noodles, soups. So people just move to these shelter places. They're also lining up here, waiting for some food. And here we talk about it is autonomous county, so people in the shelter, so from the different minority, the ethnic groups, so we also provide the food according to their eating habits and their culture. So we make sure that they have enough food and also warm food to eat. So you could see that the armed forces, they work very hard this morning to cook several rounds of hot food for the people living in the shelter. And very soon, and they will start to prepare lunch. So besides the hot food, we also could see that the instant food also prepared here at the sheltering place. So, and if you may ask, that the tent just built, so how they spent the night. So I just asked the same question to the people living inside the tent, if the people did not have the tent, that they slept over inside their cars. And also you could see the building. That's this building. And also for some other buildings actually is okay, not heavily damaged by the earthquake. That is also the places for people that spend their night inside. And this morning they moved to the tent to spend the time inside the tent. And here we also see that because for the armed forces, they also have the equipment to build up the tent, to cook food. So let's check inside. So you could see right now that the people working and are the armed soldiers actually preparing lunch. So you could see that the fresh vegetables, eggs, and also here inside we could see that some noodles, because actually noodle easy to cook and easy to preserve. So that will be a very, very important carbs. So for these kind of truck that we talk about as the supporting vehicles that provide the food for up to 500 people. So we talk about this kind of truck actually is providing hot food. So at this kind of the circumstance, this kind of environment, that they do not need the supplies from the local government, and they can cook with the supplies, the food, they carrying inside the truck to provide the meals to the people living at these shelters. Besides the food supply, we also could see that our soldiers also with them bring a lot of the drinking waters and instant food with them as well. So this shelter place just set up. You can see everything right now put into the food operation, and that kind of meet the basic living needs of the local villagers. And also the armed forces will also provide hot food for the people and also help them to restore to the normal life order. And we will also keep you updated to bring you more information on the ground.
同时呢，我们在战线呢也会在这边一直给他们提供热食，然后包括投入到接下来的这个灾后重建和这个灾难现场的一个清理工作。好的，我们现在现场的情况就是这样，希望大家继续关注我们的这个前方的直播，关注我们灾区的情况。
Thank you very much. Our correspondent bring us the information from another shelter place. And this place this morning and finished all the building of tents. And so people asked about how local villagers spent the night yesterday. And also according to the knowledge that the people spent the night inside their cars or living in the buildings that are capable to stay overnight. So that's a temporary place for them to sleep over. And this morning, they moved to the tents and also got more supplies. And also yesterday morning, a press conference held in Gansu. And also that in the press conference, the local authorities also to guarantee that the people have place to living in, food to eat. And also we try everything to keep the people warm. So also could see that a medical tent also built up for treatment. So could see that also at a quite high altitude, and also temperature overnight actually is minus 15 at least degrees Celsius. And because of that, the environment changed, so they also like to receive some treatment, not physically but also mentally. And very soon that the Gansu province will also hold another press conference to give you more information about the rescue efforts. And so it's the same time yesterday at around 10 o'clock that the Gansu government also briefed for the very first time about the information. So we would also will bring you more information from different locations, or the correspondent at the front line to give you information about the quick hit place. So that people may ask that the other that we could also come to help to guarantee.
Jishishan County is located at, that's the epicenter for the 6.2 magnitude earthquake. And as we have learned now, so the road transport has come back to a full recovery, and according to local authorities in the epicenter, 90% of the power is back, and in those resettlement shelters, there are heaters and hot food being served to the people affected by the earthquake. But of course, sadly, that we've learned that the death toll in Gansu, including the neighboring Jishishan province, has surpassed 130. And still in Gansu, there are some 600 people wounded, and a lot of them more severe wounded personnel are being treated in the hospital right behind me, and also medical staff from around the world, including West China Hospital from neighboring Sichuan province. Those medical staff are converging inside of the hospital behind me. They are seeing the patients and offering treatments. And the local actually, the National Research and Rescue Team expert have told us that the canvassing mission has come to a close, actually, and that's mostly due to the local architecture, mostly houses, not high-rises, and that made the rescue mission or the canvassing mission a lot more easier. But again, we've learned that the death toll is pretty large, and experts are saying because it's so cold right here in northwestern China's Gansu province, and right now the local temperature is 14 degrees below 0 Celsius, and that's close to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And because of these, houses are constructed with heavy mud and bricks, and when it fell down and torn apart, and the heavy roofs and the mud, and actually that caused a lot more damage. But still, 3 major tasks remains. First, to maintain these resettlement shelters, keep people warm and with a place with a roof on top and hot meal served, and then rebuilding the community. But most important, again, the extremely cold weather here to prevent hypothermia. The medical staffs and the rescue team are still in town, and they are trying to help locals to come back to their normal life. And from the neighboring Qinghai province, according to the Red Cross Society of China, they also have teams over there, and they've set up similar resettlement shelters. And according to the Donghai city in Qinghai province, and there are over 5,000 people have been resettled to safety and moved to safety, and they are continuing the efforts to mobilize ambulances and the local medical resources. And again, as we have learned, the road transport has come to a full recovery. That's the good news. And so relief products, relief medical staff, and the goods can come into the earthquake-stricken area. And a total of more than $35 million worth of relief funds and also disaster rebuild funds has been distributed and relocated to this part of the country to help to rebuild the community and help people to find their homes back. And that's all I have. Back to you, Yuli.
Well, thank you very much, Xinchen, for bringing us up to date on that situation in Gansu. Please take care. Multiple teams of firefighters and medical workers have been mobilized for search and rescue operations in wrecked buildings in the worst hit Dahejia Countyship of Jishishan County. Han Lang has more.
Rescuers work in freezing temperatures overnight to find survivors. Thousands of emergency personnel and troops were deployed for search and rescue operations.
We have 4 emergency ambulances. We are able to do simple surgery in them.
Essential supplies were continuously transported to the epicenter. Temporary tent villages were set up to provide shelter. Rescuers made door-to-door visits to ensure villagers' safety and provide treatment.
There is still a possibility of aftershocks of up to magnitude 5 occurring in the epicenter area in the coming days. We will set up mobile seismic monitoring equipment and continue to track the aftershocks.
Freezing weather at high altitude is one of the biggest challenges for the rescue effort. Temperatures are expected to reach -14 degrees Celsius. Emergency authority in Gansu have issued an urgent appeal for another 300 workers to search wrecked buildings for survivors and to join other rescue operations. Hanlan, CGTN.
Nearly 600 medical staff from the People's Hospital at Jishishan County are battling freezing temperatures, exerting all efforts to treat the injured. Gansu Province's earthquake relief team from county to provincial levels includes 8 groups for search and rescue, transporting the wounded, medical treatment and epidemic prevention.
After the disaster, we received and treated a total of 362 patients, including 78 severe cases. Among them, 56 were transferred to other hospitals in the country. The remaining patients will continue to be examined and treated in our hospital.
We are prioritizing the treatment of more severe patients. All patients will go through diagnosis after examination. Then they will be hospitalized.
The patients brought in by the ambulance will first go through pre-examination and triage before coming here. The severe cases will be treated here, and the mild cases will be transferred to orthopedics and surgery.
I left my county around 1:50 a.m. and arrived here around 4 a.m. I will do my best to help the people.
The quake struck in the region prompted relatively frequent seismic activity. In the past, the area witnessed far more destructive winter earthquakes, raising concerns it could happen again in the future. Experts say preparations must be put in place to deal with any such disaster.
北地区呢本身就是大地震这个比较频繁的区域。
This earthquake took place in an area where earthquakes are relatively active. There have been devastating large earthquakes in history. For example, the magnitude 8.5 Haiyuan earthquake in December 1920, where over 200,000 people died. The northwest region of China is already an area with relatively frequent major earthquakes, and it's difficult to predict when an earthquake would occur. But we must be prepared for extreme events. This 6.2 magnitude earthquake is not that high in terms of magnitude. Although it has strong destructive power, the impact was limited, so it was relatively easy to handle. But as I said earlier, earthquakes of a larger scale could be much more difficult to cope with, which requires us to fully consider everything from emergency plans, preparing supplies, response time, and other factors. So I think this earthquake has given us the warning, and we should use it to better understand the kinds of scenarios we could face in the future. This could include a major earthquake occurring during a severely cold season, and the difficulties it could bring to our emergency rescue efforts.
更加深刻地去理解我们可能未来所面临的这种场景。
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has expressed deep sadness via his spokeswoman Stefan Dujarric over the deadly earthquake in northwest China.
He expresses his solidarity with the people and the government of the People's Republic of China and extends his most sincere and deepest condolences to the victims, wishes a speedy recovery to those injured, and he recognizes the efforts being undertaken by the government of China to assist those who perished. And of course, the UN team in China stands ready to help in any way they can.
So here we could see that the armed forces that right now lining up here, because like the local villagers finished their breakfast, so we could see that our soldiers right now lining up to have their breakfast. So here we could see that the fried rice and also the milk, boiled eggs. So we talk about that the hot food prepared for the soldiers, but before that they prepared a warm food for the villagers. And very soon they will start to prepare lunch and dinner. Besides all these, and we also see that the more and more DA supplies and the rescue materials are also arriving in different batches. So Jishishan happened the 6.2 magnitude earthquake. We have seen the many supporting efforts also arrived, and also the hospital received inpatients. And Jishishan Hospital, they actually hospitalized the people in the critical and serious conditions, and we could see a lot of them because of the earthquake caused the injured. And also we talked to the local people, and they have a bruise or a fall and hurt themselves. So more than 600 medical staff are also working at the front line to try their best to treat the patient. So they work overnight around the clock, because we could first to treat the people in critical serious condition and also appease the many disease injured people. So we also first sort them out. And for the mild situation, we will also give them to the different department accordingly, and also for the medical staff. So you could see that people from the other hospitals also arrived at this hospital to becoming the helping hand to treat the patients. And also for the different medical treatment, and they also have the other working groups. In total, 8 working groups working at different places and who receive the patients, transfer the patients. And so far, we received 362 patients, 78 it's in a serious condition. Let's also look at the Qinghai situation, and we talk about epicenter is around 5 kilometers away to the nearest place in Qinghai. And we also talk about many places in Qinghai also have quite very strong tremors. And electricity, power, temperature, telecommunication also knocked out for a certain time. And after the screen for the secondary disaster, and the Zhongchunxiang Caotan village also had the secondary disaster. So that also the level 3 emergency level initiated. And also sent the expert team to the local place to give more guidance. Minhe village and Qinghai actually at the border place to the Jishishan County. And for the Jingtian and the Caotan villages, also called the mudslide, a lot of the buildings actually flowed or covered by the mud. Let's also check the latest information. And also we talk about the people also still missing at these places. So let's get more about the situation on the ground. So here we are at Haidong Caotan village, and this also the place that we arrived here at the rescue efforts. You could see that the excavators still working on site busily, and here you could see yesterday that's also the place we saw that the efforts that's in Jintian village, so that's around 200 meters. But because of the mud that actually block the transportation between the villages, and we talk about the mud, actually it's very soft, and people even cannot walk on the mud. And yesterday, and because of the low temperature, so the mud a little bit frozen. So we could see around 4 excavating points. The excavators working on, and also firefighters bring the rescue dogs, searching dogs, to try our best to search the survivors trapped inside. So after the earthquake struck the place, the firefighting teams work with the local authorities and to scan the 2,000 buildings in 15 villages, and around 1,000 buildings with potential dangers. And also we have seen that the places with a secondary disaster possibility. And for Zhongchuan village and these 2 villages, the rescue efforts actually located a lot here at these 2 villages because that's the seriously affected places. And this morning we found one a villager with no vital sign. Around 10,000 rescue personnel located to this place, and a lot of the rescue supplies, materials also delivered to here, including tents, a quilt, and around 10,000 people living in the shelter, and also the other villagers living at the local primary schools. And the rescue work right now is racing around the clock and hoping more good news coming to us. So we talk about more than 10,000 rescue personnel right now involved at the scene. Hope everything goes smoothly. And yesterday, the National Seismic Network actually organized 4 meetings. So we talk about that because of that, the earthquake we also look at, that's the thrust tectonic quake. So that's at the north part of the earthquake belt. According to the expert, so it's a very normal earthquake activity caused by the Eurasian plate and the Indian plate. And this has happened at the zone, at the border place of the two very important plate holes. One is the Qingzhang, the Qinghai Xizang plate hole, another is the places that's the losses plate hole. So we talk about that every year. That's the 24 times of the magnitude 5, and 2023 that's already happened 5 times, and so far in total 13, including 2 maritime activity. That's lower than the normal earthquake activity or plateau movement. So we talk about this time that the people received early alarming information through their phone or the television, TV. So in a very, very short time, what we can do, what we need to do. So first of all, keep calm. So could see that the alarming level and also the expected the degree of intensity. If it's a low degree and it's a lower intensity, so that's in yellow or blue color, you do not need to be too panic. And make sure to stay away from the high buildings. If that's see the yellow color or orange color, you need to make sure each second counts. No time to waste. So here, that's first we talk about the elevator, the buildings, the windows. It's a very, very dangerous place. Stay away from all these places. And the right thing to do is first, you need to identify where you are, your location. And if time allowed, you need to go to the open area. And also make sure that you switch off the electricity. If you're at a higher floor of the buildings, you do not have time to go to the ground and take the pillow or cushion to cover your head, and also to the places with narrow space, and also hold something firm. And when that's the tremor is finished, go to the open space. And if at open space, that doesn't mean that you are safe enough. You need to observe that you stay away from all these tall buildings, the bridges, and also make sure you stay away from the power poles. And we also talk about that people at a different situation, different places, so face a different level of risks. So at our daily time, please make sure you get enough knowledge about earthquake and how you need to do when the earthquake happened, and also need to know the emergency shelter near your place. So that can also help to mitigate the injury and losses. Very soon, there will be a press conference in Gansu. And before that, let's also contact our correspondent in different places. Good morning, and I heard that you're just from Dahejia village to another epicenter, Liugou County, and how is the situation going on there? Yes, right now we are here at Liugou County, and you could see here that that's the local authorities building, and that is also the place for this time for the emergency command center at this place. And yesterday, I in Dahejia County, Dahe Village and Chenjia Village, because these two places are the most hit place this time by the earthquake. I also visited the shelter place. And today we moved to Liugou County. Why? Because this is also the epicenter. We talked about at the very beginning, actually Liugou caught a lot of attention because this is the epicenter as well. So we talk about this place. Yes, we compare to Dahejia village, a little bit different. But I also asked one question in Liugou here. The road actually not really smooth, so a lot of the supplies actually do not have the access to this place. So we also visit this place this morning to check the supplies, because still that the buildings here also is damaged or collapsed. So here we also arrived at the command centers. Here we can see a lot of trucks here. The rescue trucks parked here at this command center. That's all carrying the supplies. So you could see that the trucks also from different places. So that can be a very good news, and also very warm thing is I could see the tent here, because yesterday we heard that what needed most is the tent and the people to build the tent. So today we see that very, very, very warm, and also rest assured we saw the tent, and also the tent built up, and also other supplies also arrived. And we talk about the buildings. It's not that serious compared to Dahejia, but still people's buildings have the emergency cracks. Yes, indeed, you could see that this is the main building at the local authorities. That's also the command center right now, temporarily. And let's see here, you could see that the cracks right on the wall, very seriously cracked. But let's look better. Even at outside, that's even serious. So they protect additional safety protection outside the building. And besides the Liugou village, beside the first round of the rescue efforts, and right now the important work going on is to identify the damage of the buildings, the local villagers' building. That is also very, very helpful for the people that many of them should move to the tents, and some they can stay at their home. So what's the temperature feeling like? And because you could see that the sunlight, it's warm a little bit. So right now, this situation, the location that we talk about this place, the high latitude, low temperature. And also day and night, the temperature difference is very big. And with sunlight, it makes you much better. But in the shadow place, it's freezing. And the lowest temperature is around minus 20 degrees Celsius. The daytime, that's still that's minus 10 degrees Celsius. So with sunlight, compared to yesterday morning when we arrived here, actually much better. So that's tent also very, very important, especially for the evening and overnight. So they actually at the epicenter visit different places. So we really want to know first about the rescue work. In the Qinghai, and we saw there's a place right now in Gansu. So what about the rescue efforts right now coming to the end? Yesterday when we rushed to the earthquake struck place, and we arrived at around 4 a.m. And yesterday, actually, the whole rescue efforts still focus on the key place. So the first round of the rescue personnel and the Gansu initiate the emergency place, and they gathered to the front line. They started their work in different villages. So for the first round of rescue work, is there the villagers that told them that which building actually collapsed, or the local villagers that led the way to the collapse to the firefighters. And we talk about that still a lot of the building collapses because of the built by the bricks or by the soil. So there's, for the epicenter, there's no many tall buildings. So for the 5 or 6 a.m. yesterday morning, so that's 2 or 3 hours after the rescue personnel arrived. So the second level of the work, actually, they started to scan the building. So they actually climbed inside the building to see whether people trapped inside, especially the elderly or the younger ones that trapped inside. So till noontime yesterday, and according to our knowledge from the press conference from Gansu government, the focus of the rescue efforts, besides the searching efforts, also their attention also moved to the resettlement of the villagers and also to scan the health of the buildings. So we also observe that Dahejia village, Liugou County, these two places are actually most heat places. Let's say if that's the remote places, maybe not in our attention, that's also like that we need to know as also the command center right now focus. So that's the overall searching efforts. So actually we talk about searching efforts right now also that we right now check for different places. That's one corner by another corner, 1 inch after another inch, make sure no one left behind, no one left trapped. So we talk about the rescue work right now is going on, the telecommunication moving back, and also the traffic, the transportation right now is also very smooth. So we talk about because of the cold temperature, but still the rescue personnel is working round the clock, racing against the time. And also this morning, maybe very soon we'll have the press conference. That's also the press conference here. Let's see, that's the press conference in Gansu province. Right now we're seeing that a picture that's a live footage from the Gansu, that's the press conference, and very soon we will have the press conference from Gansu. A lot of people really like to know about the information about the rescue efforts. And we will also talk to our correspondent later on. We talk about the next step, what challenges going forward, and we're waiting for the press conference to kick off, and also talk about that started from yesterday. A lot of people ask that how to donate to the disaster place. So you can check for the official information, and we will also come up with a summary about the donation information. Right now, that we talk about the power generation, the quilt, down jacket, furnace, food, and also for the women's supplies and quilt. Actually, this is something with urgent needs, and we also talk about that here because that's the national minority places, and also please make sure that the food also not aligned with their food habits. And here we also have Mr. Han Sujun for Li Shufeng, and also Mr. Zeng Youxiao and Mr. Lu Minghui. These are the person not attending the press conference, and they will also give us the latest information from transportation, from the rescue efforts, from the water conservation, and also House Commission information. So far, that this earthquake, a magnitude 6.2 earthquake, jolted the Jishishan County in northwest China's Gansu province at 11:59 p.m. on Monday at a depth of 10 kilometers, and killing 113 people in Gansu and another 18 in the neighboring Qinghai province. Hundreds of others have been injured in the quake as rescuers race against time to find survivors amid freezing temperatures. Talking about the disaster relief efforts, we talk about that. We will also give our viewers a list of the materials needed. And also people talk about what we can do, what we can help. Can we go to the front line? So once again, we call on everyone that is not an So we received the 4,500 personnel and more than 820 vehicles to the quick hit places, and more than 19 medical teams and 99 ambulances also sent to the places to give the treatment, and the injured people already hospitalized in the People's Hospital and other hospitals nearby. And for the people resettled, and we resettle the people to the shelter places around the 80,700 people, and also the beds, quilt, tents, and other supplies. That's totaled to that 80,000. And also we provide the instant noodles and other living guarantee supplies. Make sure people have clothes to wear, food to eat, and place to sleep. And we also have 22 large equipment working on at the site to clean the road. So far, expressways, national ones and local ones, and the village roads right now all back to transportation, to smooth transportation, and also the electricity also restored. And also the people checked the safety of electricity supplies. And we talk about the power supply stations and the power transfer stations all back to operation. The tele services and the power have been fully restored in quick hit Gansu and Qinghai provinces, and also 334. The telecommunication base station also right now provide the service. And talking about the Ministry of the Natural Resources, the Environment Conservation, and other authorities work together to check the different places. We checked the mining mountains that right now all stopped working, and also 22 chemical plants around the epicenter. There's no casualty reported. 89 the reservoirs and water products and working normally, and no pollution happened due to the earthquake. And we checked over 1,137 places for the potential risks. And we also put a very close eye to the monitoring, make sure there's no second disaster happened, and we protect the people's life and property. Going forward, the command center will continue our work in the rescue and relief work. And the rescue work that finished yesterday afternoon around 3 p.m. Right now, our focus is to move people to the safer place, to treat the injured, and also to meet people's basic living needs. Now the floor is open for questions. And also, please identify your media outlet before raising questions. Xinhua News Agency. So we talk about epicenter this time actually happened at a very high altitude place, but with low temperature. We talk about whether the supplies are enough and they arrived on time. I also would like to ask, at this extremely low temperature, that arrangement so far right now is good enough to meet their needs, and what's the plan going forward? Given the geographic feature that the epicenter place was located at high altitude with low temperature, and we allocated immediately the needed supplies to the place. And for that, a cotton padded tent, a quilt, a folded band, and we check the numbers of these supplies, and also to organize the trucks to bring these supplies to the quake hit places. At the same time, we also work with other authorities to deliver the supplies from other places. So around 128,000 supplies allocated. So around that, the 36,000 down jacket, 14,000 the padded, and 24,000 tons, and the other supplies are now also moved to the heat regions, and also 500 power generators also either moving or already allocated to the front line. In order to guarantee that people their basic living needs met, so starting from the early morning of December 19th, we actually allocated the food, staple food, milk, dairy products to the places, and going forward based on the dynamic change and the needs of the quick hit places, we will allocate more supplies and also deliver them on time to give the people their need. And besides the building tent, we will also build up the fabricated houses, make sure people have a warm place to stay. And for the grain, food, oil, and other daily necessities, and we'll also make sure that we give to the people, and also we will also put a very close eye at the power, water supply also restored. So that's the press conference in Gansu to give us the updated information regarding rescue work. And because the power supply not that stable, we also saw that some malfunction of the big screen at the press conference set, and we will also keep you updated with more information. Talk about the road transport. We also scanned the traffic, and also we check out the national provincial one. We also check the road at the village level, and right now that we have the road cleared for the emergency vehicles to go through. And we also to allocate the road emergency personnel to the structure place to help to clean the road. For all the emergency truck, and we provide the free food for the truck drivers and also personnel involved in transporting the food, and make sure that the road is green and smooth. And we will consolidate the efforts we made at the first phase, and we will also strengthen our efforts in the 4 following areas. First, we will scan every corner of the road, make sure there's no potential risks. And also second, we will clean all the roads access to the villages and make sure that emergency trucks can arrive at the struck place. And third, at the tow station, we will also build the green paths. So for the emergency trucks, they will free and provide the free food as well. And for the aftershock reconstruction, and we'll invite experts to do the evaluation about the road and started to prepare the reconstruction work of the road. And for the issues that may cause the additional issues to the roads, like snowing or ice, that will also do a good preparation to deal with that. So we also initiate the level 4 emergency response, and we organize a group of people to check the safety about the hydropower station. Right now, all the facilities are operating in a healthy condition. So for the plant and also the facility like the transformers, the secondary generators are all in a good condition. According to our checking, or double check, that's all operating in the good situation. And we also to organize a group of experts as well as the people checking the water quality to Jishishan to give the guidance for the rescue work. Ningxia, Gannan, Lanzhou, in total 12 provinces and counties. And they also scanned that the water conservation, the water supply facilities, and water hydropower stations to start the scanning work. And also we talk about in Jishishan, the water supply projects, the water pumpers actually they stopped. So the 7 water pipelines collapsed, causing the water supply temporarily stopped. And also we found cracks at the neighboring places in terms of the water supply pipelines. Right now, the power supply restored, and the 3 cracks of the pipeline actually is improved. So the water supply is also restored, and the other 4 pipelines right now is also underway for repairing. Right now, the local villagers in these areas and right now use the drinkable water from other places or the bottled waters. And we will do everything we can to guarantee a water supply. One more question. China News Service. And we know that some of the places, because of the earthquake, that the power went out. So right now, about the power supply, about the telecommunication service, that's all restored. So the earthquake has caused that the 750 kV and the lines, the collapse. So the many places like blackout or the electricity knock out temporarily. We immediately started emergency response and at a different level of the electricity supply. So started the work around the clock. We also organized the team to check all the situation and for the damage, the transfer station, and the cables, and also the places damaged by the earthquake. We also had closed reviews. And we also asked the power supply companies, the 570 personnel, to repair the power transmission and distribution facilities. For Liujiaxia, the hydropower station, and also the reservoirs, that's also under our close monitoring. And also sent 11 power generating trucks and the power generators to provide the service to the hospitals and other key areas such as command center and shelters. With jointed efforts, and worked around the clock for 18 hours. Here, the 10:59 p.m. yesterday afternoon, the electricity is restored, and the people in the struck areas always access to electricity. Dasi Square, Wenhua Square, Culture Square, and the Shijia Village. Right now, we have 3 shelters, more than 2,000 tents built up there. And right now, they're all equipped with electricity, and we also have 3 the trucks for electricity generation. That's also the backup for electricity supply. And going forward, we will continue our communication with the local command centers if new shelter places build up, and we will also provide electricity service. Make sure that the people has the access to the electricity. And I also would like to call on that please to make sure that you use electricity safely. Thank you. So that's the end of the press conference. Thank you. So just now, that's the press conference in Gansu to give you a quick update about the information in Gansu, the core information. The first of all, death toll. Good news, the number not raised so far, according to our knowledge from the press conference. Until 9 a.m., the magnitude 6.2 earthquake jolted the Jishishan County, killing 113 people. About the Qinghai situation, as of 5:30 a.m. this morning, the earthquake caused 18 people died in Haidong, and 98 people missing, and 18 people injured, and 19 people missing in the Haidong Qinghai province. In Gansu, yesterday 3 p.m., the rescue work finished. Right now, the rescue effort is also switched to the phase of treating injured and resettling the people. So till yesterday afternoon, the rescue work coming to the end, and also we talk about the DA still that maybe that the villages at even remote places. So the rescuers will also go to check different places, make sure they scan all the corners of all the villages involved. And we also talk about the DA settlement. In the wintertime, we talk about this high altitude but low temperature. The weather condition is not helping. That's really a big challenge to the rescuers, also to the local villagers. So about the local supplies, that's the core supplies, including the cotton padded tent, quilt, bags. As of 9 a.m., 128,830 pieces sent, and also furnace, the lightings from Gansu and from the central government. All these supplies arrived at these places. And make sure that the people in the quick heat places, make sure they have the place to stay in, and we also keep them warm. And right now, more the tents being building up. And also at the same time, also to build the fabricated houses. So we talk about at this very cold temperature, people not really capable at moving back, and they also cannot really spend a lot of time in the tent. So right now, also the makeshift building right now is being built. So the commitment from the local authority is for each household, they will get 1 tent and 1 makeshift house. And also many people ask about, that's another information. And from the transportation authorities, and we also got the information, so for the core information from the Transportation Authority, that as of 11 a.m. yesterday morning, all the village streets actually is cleared up. So the road to the epicenter is all cleared 10 a.m. yesterday morning. So which means the emergency trucks actually can get to the epicenter with no problem. But still, because of the earthquake as well, aftershocks, some of the roads still have the possibility of a landslide. So to make sure that pay attention to the driving safety. And also we have the correspondent here at Liugu. That's also the epicenter. So you move to another place, right? From the command center of the local authority right now to the village. Yes. So for us, we got information from the command center here that there is a village nearby, a household knew that their housing may have the potential of a collapse, so they try to going back to get some stuff out. And also the ground force from PLA also help the local villagers to get their stuff from their house. So we also right now follow the ground force. So you could see here, I hope you could see that. So that's the road to the local villager, and that villager actually, their house actually had a possibility of a collapse. And here also could see that the snow accumulated outside, so still you could see that's actually a lot of the snow, and here is actually a temporary built tent, and this one. And also we followed the ground force. So you could see they helped the local villagers to get some stuff out from their house. So we look at this house. So some part of the house are seriously damaged, but it's not really that say collapse right away. But still, aftershocks continue happened, especially yesterday. There's a very big aftershocks, so that local villagers quite panic. They talk about once that the building actually collapsed, the staff may be just trapped inside. So they talk to the command center, and the ground force right now could see right now sent to the local villagers' house to help them get some necessities out. So we see that this is something that could happen, that the local villagers are worried about their stuff, that they need some help to bring their stuff out. So they will basically place all their stuff here at this open space. Yes, and because of that, the temporary tent not built up yesterday, and also according to the armed forces, and I could see that a lot of supplies right now arrived, and also the tents, the quilts, the down jackets all arrived. And so they also know exactly the place, the location of the shelter, so that for today, that's for the villagers actually today, this evening, they can spend the night inside the tent. So they just first move their belongings to this place, and then they will move into the tent. And we also talk about not only tents, and later on that will also build makeshift houses for the local villagers. That will be a very important information for the local villagers. So yesterday, when we did the interview with the villagers at the shelter place, what they expect most. So they told me that what they expect is more quilts. So local villagers know exactly how freezing it is in Jishishan. But still, people care more about when is the time they can move back to their own house, and where is their house if their house collapsed. So where is a place that they can spend the whole winter? So we talked about it yesterday. The command center actually discussed about this question. So they need to know exactly from the A to Z the bigger picture about the houses, and then they will actually give a classified guidance. So for the less damaged buildings, maybe repaired and people can move back. If seriously damaged buildings, then they can get a makeshift house, or let's say that they move to even safer place nearby to like Ningxia or other places in Gansu province. But still, local villagers have their own concerns. We talk about here, actually they have their business. So if they move to other place, but what about the animal husbandry industry, their own business? They still actually have some uncertainties on their future. So with more information being introduced and also the information from today's press conference, I believe that's very, very helpful. So can we really have a little bit look at the staff getting from their house? So here, let's say what they have. This is for animal husbandry business. So that's a piled fair wood. So there's some GA tools they use for the business. Let's see what they have inside. Yes. So around, let's say, 4 kettles and 1 little ship here. So that's animal husbandry industry. People, actually local villagers, this is their way to make a living. I believe this is really also in their big concern. And also looking at this that's the bricks, so that also could be not that safe enough. And also here we could see that the daily necessities, that quilts for local villagers, still flowers. So what else? Let's say sofa, some clothes, and the desk for the kids, chairs, and bottles, and some food, tea leaves. And this is also the local food, and also the machine for farming industry, some corns, the harvest. So we talk about the location of this villager is not far from the command center. So that's around 500 to 600 meters away from the local authority buildings. That's right now the temporary command center for this place. So we see some cracks. So we could see some deformation of the structure. So we could see that This is the bricks deformation that really cause some cracks, that also the potential risks. So two other questions. One is we saw that right now the resettlement. What is the biggest challenges right now? So when we arrived at this place, actually, we feel that the epicenter right now this time we need to the place at a high altitude with low temperature, and also happen at this really winter, and also the snow also caused a lot of challenges because they just experienced a round of cold wave, the cold air attack. Another thing is that when we arrived here, the rescue workers actually used that lights they brought, but still yesterday to today, and electricity, the power supply restored. So that the main power supply network already restored, but remote places right now, step by step, they will get access to the electricity, but still the big challenge is the low temperature. That's a big challenge to the rescue efforts, but also to the resettlement work. So we talk about it during the night, that's -20°. So it's people living in the tent, that's not a really long-term solution, and also that's the heating supply, that's a coal-fired heating furnace, still with potential risks. So that is, we talk about the tent, first the build up, we saw the electricity, the people got access to hot food, hot water, but that really means that we solve everything. That's just the starting point. So for the following up, we talk about the safety, we talk about the heating, the safety, we talk about social orders, we talk about people's psychological safety, and also we talk about so many people gathered in this shelter, and this the disease prevention control issues, and also schooling issues, and also the power supply safety issues. Actually, there are a lot of things on the list. But we talk about that the makeshift houses right now is building, and we talk about that the situation is going on, and we need to have the more plans that can really to give them the guarantee to the people, so they know exactly how they can spend their winter in a warmer and safer way. So talk about right now the challenges just started, the more the places waiting for the actual focus. So we also saw that a tent that built by themselves, right? So we just heard from you that in the evening, that's around 4 a.m. yesterday, the first round of our staff, our correspondent arrived. So right now already 30 hours after you arrived. So for my first impression, it's panic. So from the villagers' face, I could saw that they quite panic. They didn't know what to do, and also because back then, the electricity knocked out temporarily, so everything is totally black out. And also that the rescue workers just use their light with them. That's the only light source. And also I mentioned yesterday morning, for heating purpose, that they actually make some fires for heating. And also the third thing I observe is the trucks traveling in and out the quick heat places. So the truck, one side, the right direction, as they're really waiting for the rescue truck. I also saw the trucks actually from the disaster place to the other places, that's ambulance. and ambulance from the quick hit places. So actually, that's really make our heart hurt. So we talk about that the ambulance actually from the disaster places, they carry hope. And also started from the noon yesterday till today to Liugo village. So for myself, I feel that I saw people actually right now, they not panic. They calm down because they know that other people are helping them and they also help themselves. And yesterday evening, I also talked to people inside the tent that they build up the furnace and they actually also get the coal from their home. So they not only rely on the government, they also rely on themselves. So they look at the whole situation, that the order right now here restored, and also people's emotion actually right now quite calmed down. But still, we talk about we need to do more efforts to bring their life back to normal. And let's also look at the tent, how they spend their nights. So this is also, you could see that this is a tent that given to the local villagers. So you could see that this is the tent that's built nearby. So you could see that they move the bed inside. So the temperature inside is quite warm. So you could see that now they are cooking noodles, I believe. And also flowers here. So that's the real flowers. So that's also show their hope. So you can see that the jelly pepper, the vinegar. So for the local people, they need really this kind of a sauce. And you could see the coal here. The coal for the furnace, and burned coal. So inside the tent, so you feel it's quite warm. So I can really tell a big time difference. So that's inside the tent. It's quite warm. So that's around the 20-degree temperature difference inside the outside tent. A lot of people also ask about the situation at the settlement places, and we could see that we have this different kinds of the settlement places. We have the centered settlement places, and also we have the settlement tent nearby the people's buildings. You could see that they get their stuff from their house, and also the flowers. Actually, it's not an easy life for them, and hope that the makeshift houses can be built at an early time so they can move to a more safer place to spend a hard time after earthquake. So we talk about the lightings from the rescue, the efforts people, and also the fires. Bring the lights, and also we talk about the light from the trucks, from the ambulance. That's the 3 lighting sources at the earthquake place. So we hope that everything can move into a good direction. So we're also looking forward to more the support from the society, and let's also talk to our another correspondent. We are here at the Dahexiang. This is also another centered settlement place. So they spend at night inside the tent. So we could see the white smoke, that also that the cooking smoke from the tent. And our rescuers, the villagers, actually also enjoyed their first meal today. And also a lot of the supplies also arrived. So let's talk about how they spend the night and what's the situation going on. Let's check one tent here. So, did you have your breakfast? Yes. So, what did you have? So, that's a beef noodle. So, that's the noodles provided by the companies. Actually, it's very tasty. Did you have a good sleep? Yes. Yes, it's a very nice place. Thank you very much for everyone to build up the tent, to giving us the supplies. And the firefighters actually work very hard to build a tent for us. So it's not cold inside. It's not cold. And also we have this furnace. So how many people? It's 11 people. Actually, it's all my family members slept inside. As the whole family actually is now in good shape. So my son also checked the situation about our horses. So we also check, let's see, that they have these sails. So you could see that also covered the window. You could see that really totally block the wind from getting inside the tent. So we talk about the local, actually, villagers. Actually prepared their preferred food. So we also look at a lot of instant food also prepared for them. And we also have a cooking space that also cook the breakfast and also other meals for them. So that's also that. So we talk about that the beef noodles actually prepared here at this shelter place. And there is also a hospital available here. Let's also see the medical staff actually worked here. So you could see that this is the tracking imaging truck. So we talk about the people with injuries. Actually, they got their X-ray or the pictures here. And we talk about for the blood testing and for the prescription. Actually, that's also feasible here. So you could see that the doctor right now also give treatment to the local villagers. So today we see that the disease actually is with cold or fever, coughing. So yesterday, there's more a patient with the falling injuries. So you could see that we have the medical supplies. So as you injured yesterday, all right, that's injured by a crashing object. So a lot of people actually, they injured, especially the elderly people, that they not really actually had the pain. But right now, after 1 or 2 days of the earthquake, they start to have that pain. All right, we will also talk to our correspondent later on to get more information. So we check the different settlement places to give you a bigger picture about the situation going on there in Jishishan and also the challenges they are facing. So talk about the situation. Yes, indeed, and still need a lot of supplies. And also people ask about that, what is a way that we can help the local villagers. And we also give you the Red Cross information and also the charity information. So that's also the contact information for the donation. So for what they need, the power generating, the long down coat jacket, the food, the women's supplies, the quilts, and also mother baby supplies. And also can contact the Red Cross to know exactly what they need. So let's also get more information about the weather condition. So please brief us about the weather condition. So we talk about the weather condition right now so far. So for today, the daytime for the quick hit places, the highest temperature is below 2 degrees. So at 8 p.m., that will low to -8. And the lowest temperature could be -15 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow daytime, a little bit higher, back to 1 degree Celsius, but still -15 degrees Celsius. And that will be continued till 24th. And with less the movement of cold air, and the temperature will get back up to 5 degrees. And the lowest temperature will be -5 degrees Celsius. So we talk about this is a really challenging situation because that's -15 degrees Celsius. And that's also that for you, that feels like -20 degrees Celsius. So please always keep yourself warm. And also we talk about the quilt, the food, or that the hot water, hot food, and the cotton padded mattress actually are needed. That's we talk about that the one tent, the makeshift houses actually will be given to the people in the disaster areas. So we talk about that the cold air will continue this kind of situation. Yes, first until to the December 24th. After December 25th, the temperature will be increased a little bit. The highest temperature will get back to 5 degrees Celsius during daytime, but the lowest temperature will be -5 degrees Celsius. So that will be much better. And also we talk about that's a big temperature difference between day and night, how that impacts the rescue work. Yes, indeed, we talk about the highest temperature and the lowest temperature, actually quite big difference. So we look at, especially during the nighttime, extremely freezing, that's minus 20 degrees. And for the daytime, also the lowest temperature is also minus 5. So for us, we recommend that the rescuers to make sure that keep your hands and food warm enough, and also bring some emergency food to keep you actually energetic, because we know that's really energy consuming during this low temperature. And for the local villagers inside the tent, so please make sure that use the furnace safely and make ventilation and regular time. And also at a higher altitude, we also observe that the 5 to 6 degree gust. So when you build up the tent, make sure that you make them solid and strong enough. And also to make sure that the choose that the places to build tent in a better place, that away from the guts, and also in a good place with more sunlight. And also make sure that when the people use the furnace, they make sure that stay away from the carbon monoxide poisoning. And once again, if you want to donate supplies, materials to the epicenter, please contact the charity association or Red Cross. But people still asking whether they can involve at the front line for rescue work. And right now, it's not that for the people from other provinces, not necessary. And also, if you are in these places, and you can contact the official a website, so you can ask them for further information. So we contact our different correspondents in different places in Qinghai and Gansu province to get more information going on, what's the urgent need, supplies, and also the current situation at the resettlement and the challenges going forward. We will keep you updated. Please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media. Right now we are at the Tana village, and this is also a rescue place. And this is not far from the places we sent this morning, and we bring you from this angle. You can see it very clearly about that mud and how seriously it is. So you could see that here, you could see that fully covered by the mud. And the highest place you could see almost to the ceiling, to the roof of this building. So you could see that the firefighters actually also use their hands to clean the mud. And from this angle, we bring you. From this angle, you could know exactly how serious it is. So here, this actually was a road, but right now it's covered by all the mud. And the excavator actually cannot really approach to the places nearby the houses. And in order to clean the road as soon as possible, as early as possible, we could see there are many excavators actually clean the mud. And that's also, you could see here, that's fully covered by this mud. And the excavators also work in relay. So this is quite deep. And you could see that a track of the excavators are covered by the mud. You could see here is 3 excavators actually work around the clock to clean the road. So when the road clean, then the rescue trucks can get access to the place to continue the rescue work. So we talk about that the people's resettlement work because of the earthquake and because of this mudslide. A lot of houses actually are not good enough to live in. And around 6,000 people right now moved to another place in the centralized resettlement, and also around 17,000 school faculties and students also moved to a safer place. Right now it's a little bit warmer in terms of temperature, so the firefighters and rescuers also work around the clock to seize the good opportunity. And also today we will stay with the rescuers to keep you updated. To all the viewers. And in these 2 days, we'll keep you updated about the information in Gansu, and a magnitude 6.2 earthquake jolted the place Jishishan County. And to give you the updated information, and according to the second press conference this morning, as of 9 a.m., it's killed 113 people and 782 people injured. In Haidong, 18 people killed and 198 people injured and 16 still missing. So let's look back about this earthquake first. Actually, it's a shallow earthquake, so that's have quite a big impact to the structures on the surface. And also we talk about the altitude, actually around 230 meters above, and it's a 10 kilometers depth. And it's also happened to two provinces. It's at the border places in Gansu province and the Qinghai province. It's happened around the 11:59 p.m. So a lot of people actually still sleeping time. So a lot of the injured and the killed happened because of people actually hit by the fallen objects. And also this is the magnitude 6.2 earthquake plus several aftershocks. And according to the press conference in Gansu as of 3 p.m. yesterday, and the rescue work almost finished, and right now is focused on the treatment of patient and resettlement of the people to guarantee their life and property safe. And right now in Gansu, 87,076 people resettled to another place. And Minhe, Zhouchuan, and Qingtian village and the Caotan village, according to our knowledge, in Qinghai. And missing people in Jingtian and Caotan village. And that's also because of the mudslide. A lot of houses actually collapsed or covered by the mud. And we also contact our correspondent from different places and the quake-struck places to bring up the information on the ground about the resettlement places, about the local villagers' situation. And we will also contact Mr. Yang Shengqi, and the firefighter will give us more information about their rescue work. So, Yang Shengqi, right now we are at the Qinghai province, and here is Haidong city and this Chaoshan village. And because of the mudslide, so you could see that the village buildings and road right now is all covered by the mud. You could see here that this is a building right now. We're standing on the roof of this building, and this building was about 3 meters high. Right now it's all covered by the mud. So you could see right now the firefighters working on the roof and also use different equipment to do the cleaning work. So you could see that the firefighters right now standing on this roof and right now doing the cleaning work. And once again, you're looking at this roof actually is a building, it's a local villagers' houses. Right now it's covered by the mud, and that's the houses around 3.2 meters high. And with 24 hours the rescue work, so the firefighters basically right now clean the roof right now almost. Right now we could see that the full look of the building. We talk about the excavators actually cannot really close to the buildings. So that is why that the firefighters actually use the stove actually to move the mud outside. As you see that right now they work around the clock for 24 hours. But right now you could see the roads we talk about it, because that is all covered by the mud, that the equipment, the electricity, heavy machines actually cannot reach to these areas. So that is why we know that's a little bit low efficiency, but that is the only way we can clean the mud. and all other roads actually right now covered by the mud. You could see the excavators actually that the tracks also covered by the mud, and 3 excavators also work very, very busy and to clean the road, clean the street, and firefighters right now also work on the buildings on different city villagers' house, try to clean the road as much as possible. So we will make the road clean enough to let the heavy machines, heavy trucks get access to the village for the rescue work.
Ja, kan ja, ik goed.
To all the viewers, welcome and continue to tune in with CGTN New Media. We'll bring you this special coverage to give you the latest information on ground. And right now, as rescuers at Taotan village, because we still have around 16 people missing there, and the firefighters work around the clock for 24 hours. And also, according to our firefighters, they're still in high morale and raise against them, but still please pay attention to your health and please work safely. And to give you the updated information about the earthquake, right now, where is the most difficult part of the rescue? That's a very high altitude, a low temperature, that minus 15 to minus 20 degrees Celsius. And during this morning, actually, we'll also contact the weather experts to talk about the local weather condition. And the people trapped because of the cold temperature, they need the rescuer to reach them as soon as possible, as early as possible. And also we talk about that need the warm facilities. We talk about that if person actually work too much, still like limit their movement. So you could see the firefighters during their work, actually they did not wear very heavy clothes. And about the secondary disasters, and we also need to pay attention to the heatings. We talk about inside a tent, so the people need to pay attention to the carbon monoxide poisoning. And during our coverage yesterday evening, we'll also contact the local firefighters. We talk about the local firefighters. Actually, they help to scan the safety of the fire using inside the tent. And firefighters are also overnight to build the tents as well. And as of 8 a.m. this morning, around that 135,000 pieces of supplies allocating to the disaster place, and 430 around aftershocks recorded, and also 10 above magnitude 3. So the latest information about the road transformation, the road traffic, according to our knowledge, the Gansu, Qinghai, and the road right now is almost clean. Anything changed today? So let's contact our correspondent to give us more information about the situation. So good afternoon. Right now we are here at this DA resettlement place, and it's around 3 to 4 hours after our last communication and the live streaming. Actually, right now it's a noon time, so the weather is quite warm. So you could see more and more people coming outside the tent. And we talk about this morning that with the more tents built up, that more and more people moving in. And also at the noon time, it's quite a warm time, so you could see that the kids also coming out. So after coming to this replacement place, that they need to set up the tent, put the quilt and the mattress, and also talk about the food supply. So for the army, their job right now for this place is not now to only focus on this place, and they also need to work on the other places to set up the tents, this kind of the replacement places. So a part of the army soldiers, they will move to the other places, and for some, the armed forces, they will station here, provide treatment, and also provide meals. And inside the treatment tent, that medical tent, the local villagers and the people in these resettlement places continue to visit that tent to get their blood pressure measured, and also some of them also need to get that further treatment, like the transfusion, that also can be received here. And talk about right now is noontime, and we talk about, you look at the water supply, and it's not possible for local villagers moving back to their house to cook. They still need to rely on the armed forces to provide hot food. That will be the same in the following days. So right now, the armed forces right now are cooking lunch for the local villagers. So let's have a look. So let me show our viewers, besides the supplies, you could see that there's bottled waters and instant food, and also could see that the vegetables, garlics, eggs, potatoes, and also the bean sprout, and also the canned food. And what else we have here that we could see that this is yogurt. And we could see that, you could see that for the armed forces, that's what they used to do at the field training. So you could see that you have this stove and you have that water. Actually, you can do a lot of things. So for the quite a small size, but you could see that we have these the trucks also help us to do that a cooking mission. You could see that a lot of people right now get inside to prepare the meal. So we got some rice and we'll boil the rice. So let's get inside so you could see that slice the vegetables. So we prepared the shrimps and also the braised beef with potatoes. So we can guarantee at least 2 different dishes provided. So you could see also a lot of beef also here. So we will cook here, yes, for the following days. So we talk about because of the people actually here, some of them actually from the different ethnic minority groups. So actually some of them do not eat pork. That is why the majority of the meat, either chicken or beef. And also here you can see that's for the more cookers. You could see that shrimp that they prepare for the lunch. So here we'll talk about altitude. That's around 2,000 meters. So here is quite a high altitude, and also this truck also actually good to deal with this kind of the high altitude, low temperature. So you can see the kids actually are quite curious, and they're also waiting to have lunch here. So the time for lunch is arranged at 2:30 p.m. So for lunch, actually, we will deliver the lunch to each tent. So you could see that the PLA really served the people. And also you could see that the PLA, they also have a very strong self-sufficient capability and materials. So going forward in the next following days, they will cook the meals to the villagers living at this resettlement place, and they will also, part of them will set up the tent in other places to help local villagers overcome the difficult time. Please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media. Right, thank you. And just now our correspondent also help us to get a lot of the information. And so we could see that I believe that's the best food actually prepared for the people there in the resettlement place. And we know that the two dishes, that one dish is shrimp, another is the braised beef with potatoes, and the villagers living at these replacement places actually they can get enough nutrients. And also talk about transportation. Gansu and the Qinghai provinces, the road blocked yesterday already cleaned. Some of the roads actually with limitation, only allowed emergency trucks and vehicles to pass through. So let's also check more information about the transportation to see whether all the emergency supply trucks can get through. We are at the Ministry of Transportation, and this is also the allocation center. And I'll talk about the transportation. Anything changed compared to yesterday? Let me show our viewers at this big screen. So here you can see this screen. That is the networking, the road networking. So here is epicenter, that's red dot, and then a purple one, that's the red one, that's the Jishishan epicenter, and here that's a Haidong in the Qinghai province. So these are the two most seriously hit by earthquake. So these are the two places actually very challenging because of the earthquake. And here is National 307. And yesterday we put a very close eye on S307 because yesterday it turned color in yellow. But today we could see that with the joint efforts of the personnel involved, right now is turned green, which means it's smooth. But here you could see he's asked that the social vehicles need to get around, which means they need to clean the road, they need to leave the road, leave the expressway for the emergency purpose. Because the right part you're looking at, this is only allow emergency trucks to get through. And for the yellow part here, that's G3110. That's the bridge that's only allowed emergency vehicles and small vehicles to get through. Actually, it's also changed. The situation changed. Yesterday, the display is totally blocked because the crack happened to that bridge. And with the efforts to enhance the bridge, let me show you the picture. Yes, this is the footage. So we talk about that bridge with cracks. Right now, you could see that emergency vehicles getting through. And here you could see our staff put a very close eye on the situation going on. Make sure that after the enhancement, that no cracks happened again. And also you could see the machinery, trucks, that are vehicles to the quick hit places. And once again, we'll talk about this bridge. Emergency vehicles are only allowed. I also see the passengers walking is also allowed. So we talk about that. We really call on everyone that for social vehicles, if not necessary, please do not get to the epicenter, to the quick heat region, so we can leave more room, more road to the emergency vehicles. So this is the bridge we talk about, and let's look at the other screens. So this is the expressway, so G1816. So this is the tunnel, and we also pay attention to this tunnel yesterday, and also we're looking at actually this tunnel actually is very, very good, very smooth, and from yesterday to today, and also look at the other expressways. So far, we could tell that judging from these pictures, an expressway, provincial expressway actually is quite good. But we talk about the situation actually changed because of the snow, because of the weather condition. I don't know, because of the low temperature that could cause additional difficulties to the road transportation. So we need to make sure that the road actually are good enough for the vehicles to pass away. So what road authorities or transport authorities can do to guarantee a smooth transportation. So talk about that our measures. First, and work with the local authorities to detail the plans so that the road protection plan actually should have with a clear role and responsibility. We know exactly who we should go to protect the road, and also we need to make sure we have enough supplies and also the people in reserve, and judge according to the dynamic exchange and the different situation, different places. We can have a different plan to cope with. And also we look at the bridges, roads, so we also put a very close eye, make sure we stay away from the secondary disasters. Fourth, we also talk about cold weather. We talk about snowing, raining, that could also cause some difficulties. So also prepared that these kind of the extreme weather condition solutions. So I think you have the quite well prepared. So road actually is cleaned. What about vehicles? Any pathway, green lanes? Yes, yesterday we already made the plan for Old Expressway, for the emergency truck. Actually, we have the green paths, green lanes for the emergency vehicles. Right now, we have more than 600 green lanes available to the emergency supplies, and more than 4,500 vehicles actually went through these green pathways to get to the quick region, and also provide the food and hot waters to the drivers. Thank you. So all these measures actually are well prepared, are well planned. So right now the temperature is extremely cold in the quick heat region, and I hope these warmth measures can make sure that the supplies, the rescue supplies, can arrive at the hands of the villagers in the region. And talking about the rail transportation, and there's no real transport. So after the quake happened, actually no big change, no big impact to the rail transport. And this morning, the trains to Lanzhou also are operating in normal condition. So that's the updated information about the transportation. Now we are at Haidong Zhongchuan village, and you could see that next to me that's a new rescue place. So we also try to bring our viewers from different angles to tell you how this serious situation is. So we talk about that all the roads actually blocked. We just actually tried the small pathway to get here. And also from this angle, you could see that the mud here, that's actually flood the whole place from the mountains and the flood to jolted the whole village, and they packed all here. And also you could see here this building. Our firefighters are actually standing on the roof of the building to conduct their rescue work. And because of the large vehicles cannot approach to these places, right now the firefighters use the tools they bring to conduct the rescue work. And we could see they can get from the roof to the inside of the house to clean the house and to find the trapped survivors. So the mudslide actually from the mountain to this place and totally blocked the whole transportation route. We talk about a lot of the excavators. Right now we can see around 3 excavators right now also are very busy to try to clean the road. And it's also work in relay. So they pass the mud one to the other and bring the mud to the even further places. And we talk about that because it's a large quantity, large amount of mud. So you could see for these excavators, you could not even see the tracks of the excavator. So they also tried to move forward and also at the same time clean out the mud to try to clean a route for the rescue vehicles to get through. And also right now, because temperature is helping, it's noontime, it's warmer a little bit, so we also could expect more personnel and vehicles arrived here to do the cleaning work. So we talk about the mud, actually it's very, very soft. That is why you could see we're standing on top of this mat. But still, as you could see, it's very, very soft. We're just standing on the mat, so that's easier for the firefighters to walk to get to this building. This is a local villager's house, we believe. And the firefighters right now standing on the roof to clean the mud. And could see that the mud almost to the height of the building. And because that the firefighters right now also want to get into the room to find more trapped people, so you could see that they start from the roof and also make a hole here from the roof so the firefighters can get inside and to clean the mud inside and also try to conduct the rescue and search work. Talk about the temperature yesterday evening is minus 15 degrees Celsius. We talk about that actually the firefighters also work around the clock and they took shift and make sure that the research work is work around the clock, and the machine work also overnight around the clock as well. And still, we talk about the heavy machine actually cannot get access to this place. That is why the firefighters use tools they bring to clean the mud. With the rescue work proceeding, and very soon, and we will have the road cleaned, and hope that the heavy vehicles can soon get to the places, and then they can help to clean the mud nearby the houses, and also to accelerate the rescue efforts. So for the local villagers right now already replaced to other places. And according to our knowledge, the local authorities and the firefighting authorities also check the 15 counties to check the health of the houses around the 2,200 buildings. Around half of them actually with the potential dangers, and also 30 places with the geological disaster potential, and also around 6,000 villagers here actually resettled in the centralized places, and 37 schools, 17,000 faculty and students also moved to a safer place. And we will have more and more helping hands arrived at the epicenter and these places to accelerate, speed up the rescue efforts. let's focus on the magnitude 6.2 magnitude earthquake happened to the Jishishan, according to the press conference that happened this morning. And as of 9 a.m., the earthquake has killed 113 people in Gansu and 782 people injured. And in Qinghai, the Haidong city, 18 people killed and 198 people injured and 16 still missing. According to the press conference, until yesterday afternoon, 3 p.m., the rescue work finished. And right now, the focus shift to the treatment of the injured and the resettlement of the affected people. And right now, the 87,000 more people resettled to different shelter places. And the Zhongchuan Jingtian village and Caotan village here in Qinghai also seriously hit. And for the missing people, 16 right now is also in these two villages. And because of the mudslide, and a lot of the houses, buildings actually covered and flowed by these mud. And also for the emergency and the Red Cross also sent the working teams to the places, and also NDRC also granted 250 million RMB for the rescue work efforts, and also they sent to the local places around grants the capitals and also allocate the 135,500 pieces of the supplies. And right now for the electricity, the road, and it was restored, and you could see that the vehicles can get access to the epicenter. And also we talk about electricity, also restored in the Gansu province, and the same in Qinghai. And after the full scan, the Lujiaxia Reservoir, the hydropower station, all operate in normal station. For Liujixiang and some villages far from the centralized resettlement, and they decide to set up the tent nearby their houses, and the local government think about the solutions to get heatings to these places. And we're looking at, because of the road actually covered by the mud, the rescue work actually slowed down. The Jishishan as the epicenter, as also at the places connecting the Qinghai Xizang plateau, and also the Loess plateau. And also because of the extreme weather, that's also caused additional difficulties to the rescue work. And also 423 aftershock recorded, and 10 above magnitude 3. According to Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Transport, and also granted 30 million for the transportation, relief, and rescue work. And this morning, according to the press conference in Gansu, they also give out the latest information. And the earthquake has caused 113 people died and 782 people injured. And around 30,000 people affected by the earthquake, and more than 4,500 the personnel involved in rescue work. And we covered every corner of the affected places, and the injured people were hospitalized in the different hospitals. So far, we resettled 20,047 households with 87,076 people, and we also allocate the emergency supplies as the quilts, and also the cotton padded, the mattress and the quilts. And also we sent the large vehicles to clean the road, to approach to the quick heat areas for rescue work, and the telecommunication also restored, and the power has been fully restored in quick heat Gansu and the Qinghai provinces. and the highways and the rural roads, they're reopened on Tuesday night for disaster relief vehicles and rescuers. And we also fully checked the reservoirs, the water conservation projects, and also the chemical plants and coal mining places. And right now, no casualty reported from these areas, and right now they all stopped the working. And for the reservoirs, right now everything that working in good condition. So last night, also the very first night for the people resettled in these new places, and also the rescuers also set up the places to bring the people live in. And here is Liugu County, and one of the resettled places. Right now is 2 a.m. and the temperature is negative 18 degrees Celsius, and we could see that the PLA soldiers right now also still work around the clock to build up the tent to make sure that they have enough tent to allow the local villagers move in. We talk about that the altitude is above 2,700 meters, and also cause a lot of difficulties to bring the supplies to the quake-stricken area. So it's also not easy work to build up the tent. And I also have the person to check around to look at the furnace, make sure that the people use the furnace in a safer way. And also overnight, we will build 20 tents. That's just one resettlement place, and we also have 2 additional this kind of resettlement places to make sure that the people can live in, so they will have a warm place to spend the night. So for Jishishan village, also built up the makeshift houses. Let's get more information. So right now we are at the Maypur village, and this is the resettlement places. And here you could see that's a little bit different from other resettlement places, because here you could see that is the fabricated the makeshift houses or the rooms. So compared to the tent, first very stable and secure, looking at the windows, doors. And also these materials, actually also these fair proof materials. So let's get a look inside. So it's quite warm, because here we're looking at there's a furnace here. And they're also right now doing the test to see that the temperature, and there's a pipeline. And also before that, the people moving in, they need to make sure that the pipe can get the smoke out, to make sure that there's no potential risk for people that are poisoned by the carbon monoxide. And to talk about this is fabricated houses. So actually looking at the lights right now, there's getting electricity, but look at, we talk about the fabricated because that's all. We talk about the cables actually all mapped out. So when the electricity actually get in, then they will have the electricity. So this actually is around 18 square meters. So that's talk about the size of the room. Actually, that's around double the size of the tent. So they can accommodate a family with 10 people to live in. So for these fabricated material, actually, they use for the other purpose. Actually, when they heard that the earthquake happened here, and also the company actually is to get their previously purchased the fabricated houses to this place. So I heard here already built 36 fabricated rooms. What's our plan? So right now we have gathered around 400 people to work around the clock. Until this evening, we could build 200 rooms. Within 3 days, we can build 500. So this kind of the 500 fabricated rooms. So besides Maple Village, any other places? Actually, it's in the different resettlement places. Thank you. So actually, why distributed this kind of fabricated room in different resettled places? So we talk about in these mountainous places, we need to find that a really suitable place, a bigger square, the open places to build up this many fabricated houses, so that they distribute in different places to build up the fabricated rooms for the local villagers. And we also get some of the pictures footage when we get into this place. No matter in this place or other places, we always can see the trucks that are getting in, that not only from the other provinces, but also that the products from the companies. And we talk about the lightings, we talk about the food, we talk about instant noodles. And let's see what else we can have here. That we just saw that this kind of the furnace just unloaded here, so that's more than 100. And very soon, this furnace will bring to the different fabricated room. I also talked to the local authority, and this kind of supply is actually on the way moving to these places. But we talk about the coal right now is not enough. So we were also waiting for the coals to move to this place so the people can use the furnace right away.
以上是总台记者张登飞从大河家镇梅坡村所发回的报道。
So for the People's Hospital, it's around 8 kilometers away. It's also the hospital with more injured people stationed in. And yesterday evening, we also visited this hospital. And let's also check the county's People's Hospital. So with another strong tremors, and aftershocks also happened. So the people may have a panic. So we also have that the doctors from nurses from different departments. So we also have the nurses from different departments working at emergency. So for emergency, actually, they have many injured people arrived, and this is our responsibility. So it's a very late night, but still we could see the ambulance sending the injured people to this hospital. But compared to the very beginning, that's fewer patients arrived. So we're looking at, we have the transferred the channels, and also within the 24 hours after the earthquake happened, 233 patients are hospitalized. Right now, we still actually hospitalize at the mild conditions. We talk about for the quite serious or critical conditions that will move to the other hospitals. Late night and on the December 19th, so they also received the injured people, and also a gentleman above age 60. So that a fallen wall actually hit the chest. So right now we also got the X-ray to know the further information. So that's a young boy just got back. from the other places, and he also actually bring his father to get the X-ray. So after the earthquake happened, that his father and the grandma actually hit by the fallen walls, and also his father said that he is in charge of getting the other people move to the safer place. And also we talk about that his father is also the leader of the village, and also he let the local other villagers to move to a safer place. So right now his other villagers, neighbors, actually lived in the tent. And because his father is above age 60, and after injured, he still worked for more than 24 hours. So his son very worried whether his father actually have quite a serious hurt. So it's very worried. So the education authority in Gansu also sent teams to have a special teams to check the school's condition. Right now, these the casualties reported, and for the boarding school students right now also move to a safer place. So for the boarding schools right now, students actually move to a safer place. And also this time, Haidong is the boarding place in Qinghai County. And Qinghai, Haidong, Minghe Village, Zhongchuan, Jintian, and Caotan Village, because of the sand, the mudslide, the houses jolted by the mud, and also the rescue work also carried out around the clock. There should be a road here, but right now you could see that's all covered by the mud. So let's touch the mud to give you more sense. So it's very, very heavy, very, very high density, and it just could rely on the heavy machine. So I'm around 1.66 meters. I cannot really see the top of the mud. I should be at least 2 to 3 meters height. The 3 excavators actually worked around the clock after the earthquake, and the mud slide and flow to the village. So it's really beyond our expectation. No one expects that happened. We don't know exactly where all these came from. After the earthquake struck, so I arrived at this village in 10 minutes. I could see that already I actually reached to this height. Because of the earth plate move and the underwater mud and slide, the water level actually changed, and there is because of the underwater level actually quite high, they bring the mud to the surface. So the structure of the soil actually quite soft. That is also why they become the mudslide rush to the village. So the road actually become narrowed, so the mud cannot flow to other places, and then they piled up here. Right now it's the late night. It's negative 10 degrees Celsius, and also could still see that rescuers work around the clock, and more than 100 rescuers settle inside the tent. We move in at around 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and we have the furnace, we have the lights here. It's not cold. For this Minghe Zhongchuan village, actually is one of the most serious hit places. Still 16 people missing, as in Caotan village. So what's the rescue work going on in Caotan village? Let's have a look. Still, we're looking at this mudslide. The mud actually covered these whole houses and could see that almost approaching to the roof of the building. Right now, our rescuers use the tools they have to clean the mud. They also brought a lot of machine equipment with them to really make a hole from the roof, and then the firefighters can through that hole to clean the mud inside. So why they just can use the tools the firefighters bring with them? You could see the road right now is fully blocked by the mud. On the other side, we could see the excavators right now work around the clock, and they also work in relay. So they bring the mud, and then the other one will bring the mud to another place, to the further place, and also could see the tracks of the excavators also covered and buried by the mud. And more excavators also arrived at the scene, and also they will bring the mud to an even further place, so to clean more room for the rescue efforts, and also to allow large machines to conduct the mud cleaning work and also the rescue work. So we talk about that the people's resettlement work. According to our knowledge, until midnight yesterday, around more than 6,000 people actually they resettled, and 15,000 people also settled in different places. 37 schools, 17,000 the faculty and students also resettled in safer place. So after the earthquake happened, we need to follow the cycle that we talk about. The stronger the mini earthquake is, the less stronger the aftershock is. But I also need to pay attention to the secondary disasters. According to the frequency and the energy released from the earthquake, it divided into three types. One is the standalone earthquake. So it's a big one happened, and then the aftershock is quite less and also not very strong. And also we have that mini earthquake plus the aftershocks. And then the third is aftershocks. So they have several earthquakes with a quite similar magnitude. In China, 80% earthquake is the standalone or the min 1 plus aftershocks. So it's about 5 magnitude. Earthquake happened, and the following aftershocks were not stronger than a magnitude 5. So what we should do? First, we need to stand away from the mudslide, a collapse of the reservoir, and also need to stay away from the secondary disasters. And second, to make sure that we stay away from the endangered houses. And before the authorities have to check the house of the building, maybe the house not collapsed yet, but stay away from these buildings. And also for the rescuers, and also need to protect themselves, and also people need to raise their awareness on the secondary disasters. And we talk about fires, we talk about the water disasters, landslide, the tsunami, and the pandemic, the toxic gases, and also as well as explosion, and make sure that you protect yourself well. And also make sure that you found a fair disaster, and also to stay away from there, and also make a phone call. And also stay away from the quite endangered places, and also do not stand at the places easily covered by the mud. And also for the toxic gas, stay away from there and escape as soon as possible. And also if you need, ask help from the doctor. And also please make sure that you have some disaster relief materials with you. To all the viewers, good afternoon. And right now we keep you updated about the situation going on. Right now we are here and you can see that we are at Maple Village. And this is also a local resettlement place. But actually, this is a little bit different from the resettlement place you saw in other places, because here you could see a lot of this kind of the fabricated makeshift room. And it is set up, and right now it's doing the final adjustment. And we also looking at the tent. So we can do a comparison and this tent for cooking purpose. And this is also with additional insulation inside for the thermal purpose. But we talk about for the temperature minus 14 degrees Celsius is not strong enough, warm enough. But this is different. So let's have a look inside. We talk this fabricated room is same as the normal house, windows, door, and also let's get inside. So that's around 4 fingers wide. So you could see that the slabs actually is very, very thick and also the fair protection. So it's quite a good, warm and also safer. So let's get inside. It's very warm because there is a furnace here. Right now they're doing the adjustment. So right now they're looking at to check the function of the furnace and also to check the pipeline. So we talk about this pipeline or the smoke pipeline, the exhaust pipeline, actually very important. They need to check for this pipeline actually safe enough to make sure that the safe enough for people to use. For this kind of makeshift room, we talk about that's a fabricated. So you could see there's a lot of like the connections here. So they come very easily to bring together. It's like a building block. So it's very, very fast to build up this fabricated room. So say it's a quite flat surface. Within 20 minutes, they can get one room done. And also look at it, they have the electricity cable embedded inside and the plugs. And the light bulb here. So for this kind of room, we talk about that the basic needs like electricity as all equipped. And also one thing here, you could see that also here that's actually the safety, the facilities. So if the machine tests anything going wrong, then that's the power off protection button as well. So it's around the 3 meters wide, 6 meters in length. So that's a 1 to 2 times or even 2 times big than the tent. So for this room, say the one household per one makeshift. So if it's many people, then can add more beds. So it's good to add 6 beds and also to have additional beds. So it can fulfill that 10 people living in. So right now we also see like a lot of the people right now working on to check the pipelines, to check the safety of the pipelines. So we talk about this is not really a large space. Right now they have built 36 fabricated room. And talk about this room actually not built today. Actually, they started to build overnight. You could see that this advertising, a lot of actually the places, especially that the construction site, we always can see this kind of fabricated. Actually, it is used for that purpose. The China Railway Engineering Corporation heard that the earthquake happened, so they also move a part of their fabricated rooms from their construction site to this place. So normally, let's say they leave the 3 to 4 people, then they bring that 8 or even 10 people living in the same room, and then they leave more fabricated room and send this room to this place, to the epicenter. So they can get a lot of this access to the makeshift building, so the local villagers can really quickly live in these makeshift buildings. We talk about the lowest temperature yesterday, -15 degrees Celsius. And if you look at here, we saw a lot of snows. So these 2 days, actually, according to the weather condition, the lowest temperature will be -16 degrees Celsius. So for these kind of extremely cold weather condition, it's very, very helpful and important for local villagers to live inside the fabricated room as early as possible. And also, we could see this is also the supplies, the food. We believe that's the food supplies. The rescue supplies also just arrived here. So we talk about that the earthquake struck to these places. This is a national, the ethnic group place. So a lot of people here eat the Muslim food. So when you donate food, please also consider the local people's food preference. We see here that the bottles, waters, instant noodles. For the supplies, that we have a room for the supplied food, and I also notice that maybe through this window, I would like to show our viewers. And we talk about that we guarantee the villagers have food to eat, have clothes to wear, and also here they have a room to stock clothes. We talk about the down jackets. So let's see the details. We could see that the down jacket, the padded jacket. So we don't know whether our viewers can see it clearly, but we actually here, this is the room for the clothes and also the power generators also stationed here, that's for the stock. And also that it's not really like a mountains piled here. And when the clothes or the other supplies arrive, they will immediately hand it over to the villagers. One thing we also noticed, like here, this one, very important. And this is the clean running water. So Maple Village is a remote village, but we're looking at they have the water supply. And what this for? Actually, this is for cooking. So the water supply guaranteed, so they do not need to wait for the water trucks to bring the water to them. And this is actually the little washroom, the toilet here. And quite clean. But still, you're looking at the cracks, right, on the wall. So we talk about the local villagers to stay away from this place. And we talk about the staff working on site. This is the place for them to use. And right now, this is a Maple Village. Actually, not big place. According to our information, for these kind of 36 fabricated rooms, it's quite a small number. So far, they have allocated more than 200 fabricated rooms to the place. And also, we talk about this one of the settlements. So in Maple Village, there are at least 3 resettlement places, and this kind of a fabricated room makeshift construction is actually going on. We talk about why we don't build more. So from this angle, you could see that this is really, really surrounded by mountains. And for the local villagers, actually, it's scattered along the mountains. So first, you want to find this really large open space, not easy. And on top of that, aftershock still happening. And we also talk about for the safety of the people, we need to find a big enough places, the open places, safe enough to build up the makeshift houses. So there's not much choices. So, and also that is why that the makeshift buildings actually right now is under construction in different places. And today we're seeing they will build 200, and within 3 days they will build 500 makeshift rooms. And they will also to build in Dahejia village. That's also quite seriously hit places. And this is also the furnace that used inside the room. They just unloaded. And we also talk to the local villagers and the local authorities. We have the facilities for heating. What they don't have enough is the coal, so coal in shortage. So for the companies, if you have that resources, you can contact a local authorities or the related departments to provide coals. So we will keep you updated from different places to bring you more information from the ground. Please stay tuned. So that's the latest information in Dahejia village. That's the resettlement place. And we heard that the Dahejia village is still in shortage of coals. And we also ask for the companies, if you have these resources, please bring them to the Dahejia village. And also let's know about the information in the other places. Here is the Xiaojia village. So here we are at Jishishan County, the Xiaojia village. So what's the situation going on here? So you could see this village actually built at the root of the mountain. So it's quite warm, but right now you can see it's in the shuttle. Its temperature dropped significantly. So right now the temperature, let me check, around -5 degrees Celsius, but it feels like -8 or 9 because if like with a little bit wind, that's making this even freezing. So you also could see the snow, right? And also in these villages, actually the snow is still covered, road covered by snow, and it's not melt yet. So here is Xiaojia village. So let's have a look. And this is previously here is the square. It's also quite a big, wider open space. And here right now is also the place for the supplies unloaded and the distribution place. So we arrived around noontime, and we also look at the material supplies here. And yesterday we visited the seriously hit places, Dahejia village and Chenjia village, Zhoujia village and Dahe village. We checked the resettlement places in Dahe village, and we also witnessed that it turned from a cultural square to a resettlement place. For Xiaojia village, when we arrived at this noontime, and here you could see the mountains very nearby, so it's also actually difficult, even more difficult for them to find a quite a flat place. So right now here, this is a basketball court, but also a court, a square for the local villagers. So right now, this is also the telecommunication vehicle. So for Xiaojia village, any resettlement place, how is things going on in the resettlement place? So for Jishishan village, actually it's built along the mountains, so you cannot really find a lot of really the big place for the centralized a resettlement place. So a lot of villagers here actually built the temporary tent in a scattered place. So that they need to find a really flat, bigger place. But here is more like for them, they built like 3 to 5 tents in certain places. I also checked around. So they also actually provide heating by furnace, and also for each tent is one family. I also talked to the village committee. It seems like a lot of buildings still look good, safe, but just it looks okay. But inside the room, the houses, there are a lot of the fractures, cracks. So I also talked to the experts, because a group of experts right now, they also check the safety of the building. If it's okay, green lights is given, then the local villagers can move back. But we talk about if the structure of the housing not good enough, not safe enough to live in, then they have to leave. The villagers have to live in the tent, because that building still have the potential risks of a collapse. And also, they may also move from the tent to the makeshift buildings. So talk about the local villagers and get access to water and electricity. So for Jishishan County, the northern part, so they knocked out temporarily. Right now, I visited different places. Right now, people have guaranteed access to water. And talk about telecommunication is also guaranteed. So right now, the biggest issue is the food and heating. That's the biggest challenge. So according to your knowledge, what need the most? So they need coals. And what about this village? What they need? So it's not just for the one place. And yesterday for the disaster rescue and relief command center, they also released a list of the shortage of supplies. We talk about that we found the coals for furnace, the quilts, the mattress, and the lawn, the down jacket or coated padded jackets. And here is a high altitude, low temperature. So right now we talk about the thermal part, the protection that's with urgent needs. We talk about low temperature. This is actually the most challenging issue. So let's check these supplies. They just arrived here, so you could see that the furnace. What else do we have here? So quilts and mattress. And this is actually from the armed police. And also tents, beds also arrived. So looking at these boxes, this is also given by the PLA, People's Liberation Army. That's the beds, the folded beds. So we talk about here still high altitude, low temperature, but we also know winter not finished yet. We still have a long journey. So how we can guarantee that local villagers can spend a safer and a warmer winter? So yesterday, the local authorities also talk about this issue. And right now, this is their top priority, how to guarantee that people can spend a warmer and a safer winter. And also we talk about that the Chinese New Year will be next. It will be in February, so that's also very soon. So need to think about how people can spend a happier New Year. So we talk about that first, because the earthquake just happened. We provide a temporary shelter for them to live in for the mid and long-term plan, as they could stay in the makeshift, fabricated rooms. So for the supplies and also for the makeshift room construction, that will all be considered. And we also found that our correspondent also arrived on the front line in the first batch. So when the earthquake happened, I just finished my work back to Lanzhou, Gansu, and we also gathered together to the epicenter. I arrived at Jishishan County at 3:30 a.m. And along our way, we saw that the bricks and also falling down. And we arrived in Zhoujia village, Chenjia village. And also we witnessed the whole rescue work. And a lot of houses torn down, and also the villagers quite worried about the aftershocks, and also aftershocks could cause risks to the buildings, so people stay away outside, and they set up fires to keep them warm. And also for Dahe village, resettle place, arrived in the morning, it's just a huge parking lot. After the earthquake happened, that they actually decided to spend their night in the car. And that is also quite an open place, and no big buildings surrounded by, so they decide to spend their night in that place. And yesterday, after the first batch of supplies arrived, until the afternoon, and the tent all finished, and then power also restored, and also food also actually prepared for the villagers. So that's around 14 hours. So just a parking lot to a resettlement place. So we talk about the government authorities, and also people also help each other, and also we see the different companies also giving their donations to these disaster places. Right now, 30 hours more already gone. Anything you would like to share with us? So my task for today is from Dahejia village to Liuji village. So it's quite remote places. In the mountainous places, we would like to get to know that the supplies and also the people's resettlement situation. So for us, we're very surprised to find that at the noontime, they just have quite a few materials packed here. But let's see this. So you could see that they are right now doing the building assessment. You could see they gather here and they will check household by household to get to know the building situation, safe or not, for people moving back. And here you could see that the instant noodles, instant food, and sausages, chicken sausages, bottles, water, and the down jackets, the cotton padded jackets. And we have seen that the villagers actually already got the supplies back, and we still have these supplies actually it's packed here. So you could see that the supplies actually is well guaranteed for the local villagers to meet their needs. Thank you very much. So just now we talked to our correspondent from different places, and we have noticed that the supplies from different places arrived in these different places, in settlement places, batch, and also we hope that the rescue work and the resettlement work goes smoothly.
Let's continue with our report of the magnitude 6.2 earthquake in Gansu province. And currently, we have reported casualty of 113, and in the epicenter of the earthquake, 11 persons are reported dead, and 13 are reported and 11 missing. And a special working group was sent to the epicenter of the earthquake, and the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Rural Areas and Agriculture have allocated now more than 200 million yuan as a rescue fund to the earth-stricken area. Right now, the electricity supply of all the affected regions have restored, and most of the transport the roads are also restored, and all the trains that sent to Lanzhou are already have already restored its operation. And currently, the rescue teams are trying to make sure that all of the lifelines that connect to the epicenter are smooth, and a lot of rescue supplies have been sent to the affected area. According to the Ministry of Emergency Management, more than 130,000 pieces of supplies have already been transported to the disaster-stricken area, and the daily necessity of the affected population has been a priority of the rescue teams. From National Health Commission, the doctors and experts have been screening all of the patients and injured personnel that are now in the hospitals and try to put them into different types and different degrees of emergencies. And for those that are severely injured, they will be transferred to more high-level hospitals to conduct consult and make sure that they receive the treatment that they needed. And also, we need to make sure that under this very low temperature, the population with some chronic diseases such as cardiovascular disorders are taken care of. Our reporter is now at one of the severely stricken areas, so let's talk to her to see some of the latest updates. Hello everyone, I'm at the Caoshancun village, and currently we're at one of the rescue sites. On the day of the earthquake, this village was stricken by mud flows and landslides. Because of the cold weather, we also have seen some of the remains of mud and the rubbles. We have also seen some rescue dogs that are working here at the site, along with the firefighters. Because of the mud and rubbles that are at the site, the rescue workers need to do some cleanups first, and they also need to wait for the arrival of some of the heavy lifters and other equipment to help them with the work, and they need to clean up the road first. And the excavators will be of help, will be of some help, but the progress is not very smooth. It will not be a very fast process, and the excavator is moving slowly but constantly, and at noon they move along by about 10 meters. The excavator will also be helping the rescue workers to clean up the road as well as the mud in the houses, and we will give some follow-up reports at the site. So the rescue work is underway non-stop, and the firefighters of the Qinghai province are organizing special campaign to deal with some of the sandstorms. This is one of the most severely stricken areas, and a lot of ramifications have taken place, and these places are now covered under snow and sand, under mud and sand. We can see that this vast land is covered under the mud. Let's take a look. Quite moist and very heavy, very sticky, and it has a very high density, and you cannot only rely on manual powers. Excavators have to be involved in this process. So large amount of mud flooded into the village after the earthquake happened. So after the earthquake, I arrived here 10 minutes later and already see this flooding in of the mud. I didn't know where the mud came from. I'm about 1.66 meters tall, and I cannot see the top of the mud stock, and it's at least 2 meters, 2.5 meters high. This kind of phenomenon usually happen after major earthquakes. The rubble, the water as well as the sand underneath the ground will go up and have become this kind of very special phenomenon. So this is like the turning up, the turnover of the underwater combined with the soil and sand underneath. This kind of phenomenon would severely damage the access. The roads are now covered under the mud, and this kind of connection between the two villages have been cut off by the mud. You can now hardly even see the road because it was deeply buried under the mud. Also, the river channel has been narrowed because of this kind of phenomenon. Even at night, the rescue workers are working relentlessly, and the rescue workers are also searching for the missing people, and the affected people that are already rescued are settled at tents nearby and wait for the messages of their missing relatives. About 100 villagers have been relocated here at the tents, and this place was kept warm with all of the furnaces burning inside. They also have enough food supply, and the rescue workers are working relentlessly to ensure that people have enough necessity and daily supplies. So, what is this kind of phenomenon called the sand flood? This kind of phenomenon is quite common because of the earthquake. This water contained sand would be squeezed, and they would came out of the cracks that appeared because of the earthquake and flowed above ground so as to form this kind of very heavy cover of mud above ground. But this kind of phenomenon has no connection with the follow-up earthquakes. That's something that we are sure of. This morning, according to the press conference of the Rescue Command Center of Gansu, this earthquake has caused a casualty of 113 people, and 782 people were injured. All of the injured personnel are now settled at the local hospitals, and more than 20,000 people have been relocated and temporarily settled. And the focus of the work now is the treatment of the injured person as well as the rescue of the missing personnel. Relocation has been a priority of the work of the rescue work, and currently the local rescue teams are working to establish this kind of makeshift relocation site for the displaced people. And this is the temporary housing, the makeshift houses for relocation. As you can see, even this is temporary construction. It is fireproof, and the walls are quite thick so as to have better insulation. If you come inside, it's quite warm. There's a furnace here, which is burning. So the room temperature is quite comfortable. And also they need to check many times to make sure that the fume can be discharged outside the house so as to avoid the intensity of carbon monoxide. And in this makeshift place, makeshift house, they are also equipped with the chargers. And this is quite spacious actually compared to the tents. There are 2 beds, and if needed, more beds could be put in. So this kind of makeshift houses were actually dormitories for the China Railway Group. And after the earthquake happened, the staff of this company have emergency transported this kind of container-shaped houses to this place. Currently, we have 400 staff that are working to construct 200 houses by today and 500 by tomorrow. And they could be found in all of the relocation sites at Dahecun village. There are a lot of relocation sites to settle the affected people. On our way here, we have shot some footages, as you can see on the on the express highway and the expressways. We can see a lot of trucks that are sending supplies to the epicenter, including daily supplies, equipment, lightings. These are a large amount of furnaces to keep the affected population, affected people warm. We have tents, furnaces, but a shortage here is coal because we now already have the furnaces, but we do not have enough fuels. So that's something we need to work on next. What about Xiaojiacun village? Let's take a look. I'm now at Xiaojiacun village. And yesterday we were at Dahecun village, so this is about 30 kilometers away from Dahecun village. This is quite a mountainous area, so it does not have a lot of wide spaces for relocation. We have to depend on this kind of very scattered relocation sites. Some of the houses seem to be still standing, but they were still heavily damaged. So experts need to carry out examination on the houses before allowing residents to move back in. Currently, about 2,800 people from about 200 households needs to be relocated. The soldiers are now sending supplies, including covers, and makeshift beds and tents, doing some other daily supplies such as milk and instant noodles and drugs. According to the local cadres, they are still having shortages of some of the supplies, including fuels and covers and winter coats. And some of the roads are still covered with ice and snow, and we believe that situation could be effectively addressed as the supplies gradually go in. Supplies such as food, furnaces, and fuels, and sanitary pads for women are also in short supply. So we still call for donations from all walks of life. The treatment of the injured person is now key to the rescue work. Let's take a look at one of the CT room in the local hospital.
放射科值班室里依然可以随时做检查，随时出片。地震发生后，作为积石山县为数不多可以运转的放射科检查室，这里的
We can see that the CT room in this hospital are operating day and night to run checks on more than 280 patients.
这样的时候呢，感觉到手上的责任还是比较大的。魏居海告诉记者，地震发生时，
Dr. Wei told us that he was a bit panicked when the quake struck, but he realized that as a doctor, he is very much needed at that moment. So he rushed to the hospital to begin working. He has been working in this hospital as a doctor for more than 20 years and also a CPC member. All of the colleagues also went back to the hospital and are working on shifts to make sure that the patients can be checked in a timely fashion. I think a lot of the colleagues are exhausted. Some of them might fall asleep standing. We didn't know which place was the mostly stricken. But later I found it was my hometown, where my parents live. Luckily, his parents were not injured. And they are fine now. They are okay, they're safe. But they found some cracks at the house. That's all. But luckily, they are safe. According to weather reports, the temperature will still be operating at minus 13 to 14 degrees Celsius in the next few days, which would be very harsh for the affected population as well as the rescue workers. In the next 3 days in the Jishishan area, the temperature range from minus 13 to 14 to 2 degrees Celsius. No precipitation was predicted so far. On the 22nd, there will be a cold current. In the next few days, no precipitation, clear precipitation was predicted, but the temperature was quite low, running a bit below 0 degrees Celsius. So for the local people, make sure that you keep yourself in warm places. And if you use furnaces, make sure to avoid the toxicity of carbon monoxide. And transportation security is also important at this point. Now let's talk to our reporter of CMG Zhao Xu at the affected region.
赵旭你好。
同志好。
好，我们知道赵旭刚刚是从这
Hello,
个受灾
you
比较
were
严重
at
的大河家镇
the
来到了这次的
Dahejia
镇中的沟乡是吧？
township, and
现在两位
where
在
are
哪
you
里？情
now,
况怎么样？
and what is the situation there?
好的，郑春，我
I'm
现在
currently
就
at
是在柳沟乡
Liubo
的乡政
County, and
府
this
的
is
所在地。大家
where
可以
the
看到后边
local
这个牌子，
government
就是他们
is
的
located.
乡委乡政府。那这里呢，也是这次的这个柳沟乡
This
的
is also
这
the
个应急
emergency
的一
command
个指挥部。
center for the rescue mission. Yesterday I was at Dahe village as well as Shenyanshan village because those were the most severely stricken places of this earthquake. I visited two relocation sites, and the Liugouzhen was the epicenter of this earthquake. Yesterday, my colleagues were here, and they told me that this place was quite severely damaged. Yesterday, the transportation was not very good. Transportation were somewhat hindered, and some of the supplies cannot get in timely. But today, when we arrive here, we can see a lot of trucks today with a lot of supplies that are driving in. And as you can see, some of the rescue supplies that are now stacked in the square in front of the local government. And we can also see a lot of tents being set up because yesterday my colleagues said that they're lacking tents as well as personnel to set up tents. But I believe that today's situation has been greatly improved. You see some cracks on some of the constructions. Might not be as serious as those collapsed houses, but they still they are quite dangerous to live in. Yes, as you can see, there are very big cracks on the constructions nearby. So these buildings are currently not safe. They cannot accommodate people at the moment. Therefore, we need experts to do careful examinations of the local houses to make sure to identify the level of damages of the houses and find out the houses that are still suitable to accommodate people. What about the local temperature right now? Because right now this is at noon, so with sunshine, this is fine. But the temperature difference of the highest and lowest is quite big at the moment. I think at noon and in afternoon, where there are abundant sunshine, temperature is fine and does not feel too cold. But after sunset, it will be very cold and freezing. That's why tents are important. We have collected a lot of questions from our viewers. So people care a lot about the rescue progress. In Qinghai, they have a concentrated command center for rescue workers. But in Gansu, we do not see very clear numbers concerning the missing personnel. So what about the rescue process right now? We arrived here at 4 a.m. yesterday. We felt that at that time, the rescue workers are mainly focusing on the key areas, the most severely stricken areas. So in stage 1, they will listen to the feedbacks of the local people and work on the key spots. But most of the local houses are this kind of brick and tile structure. There were not a lot of high rises. So about 2 to 3 hours later, we've entered stage 2. That is to examine all of the rubbles or debris of the collapsed houses to do this kind of sweeping or this kind of sweeping examinations to find possible survivors that are buried underneath the rubbles. Today, as far as I know, the focus of the work has been shifted to relocation and the examination of the damaged houses. So 大河家 town and Liugoucun village are the most stricken places as far as we know, but we don't know if there are any places that are being left out. For example, some more remote places or areas. And currently, the rescue teams are trying to expand the scope of rescue while working on some of the key spots. Currently, I think the rescue workers are in place because this kind of transportation situation is quite good. So all of the rescue workers are underway.
赵旭你好，辛苦了。赵正好，哎，现在又转移
You
了一
have
个地
now
点，是吧？
relocated to another place, right? You are now in the village?
对，就在刚刚发布会进行的同时，
That's right.
我们在
We're now at the command center for the rescue.
在这个乡政府旁边的这个村子当中，有一户这个百姓得
We
知
discovered that one of the
这个
households
房子可能会出现这垮塌的情
are
况，所以呢，他也急着想去
facing the danger of possible collapse of the
然后呢，
house.
就在这个跟指挥部的这个正在进行支援的这个西部战区陆
So
军
the
的
rescue
支
workers
援部队的兵就马上
are
调配
now
这个前去帮助这个老乡把这个物资抢运出来。
dispatched to
然后呢，我们的记
this
者
house
我们得
to
知消
help
息，
the
我们就跟着他们
local
一起前
residents
往
to
这个
get some of the
这
valuable
个
things
相
out
关的现
in
场
order to
我把镜
avoid
头
more
这个
losses or damages.
哦，这就是去到这个老乡，刚才您
This
提到
is the road to the house that you mentioned.
对，大家可以看到旁
Yes,
边的
there
其实
are
很
a
多
lot
的
of
积雪，
remnants
尤其呢，就
of
在不久前的
snow,
这个寒潮， 对
as you
当
can
地的
see
影响很
nearby
大。
the
我们
road.
在来的路上的时候，实际上整个高速上的雪大部分化了，但是还有很多的这个这冰凌。
This
我们
place
在村子里面能
experienced
看
some
到
heavy
还是很多的积雪的，这是
snowfall
老乡
just
一
days
开始自己搭
earlier.
建的一个临时的安置的一个棚子。然后就在这边，就这个房间，
This is the
现在
place, this is the house.
我们的同事跟随这个部队的官兵
Currently,
正在里
the
面，他们正在帮助这个大家在抢搬被褥吧，因为这个天气确实比
soldiers
较
and
寒冷。
rescue workers are helping
这
out.
个现场会有垮塌的风险吗？
Is there a real
实际
danger
上
of
这个房间
collapsing?
刚才问到的时候呢，实际上觉得这个确实可能受损的
This
有一些
house
部分受
is
损比较严重，但是呢，刚才
damaged
确实还
to
不
some
太
extent, but
有
will
这个
not
马上垮
collapse
塌
in
的
the
风险。
short
但是因为
term. But
近期的这个地震不断
we
在
need
发生，而
to
且特别是
guard
在昨天晚上
against
发生了一
some
次比较大的余震，可
follow-up
能对于这个
earthquakes.
老乡来讲，可能确实比较着急。他们就觉得，如果要
The
是这个
follow-up
被垮塌的话，他们的
earthquakes,
物资可能就
even
很难
small
运送了，
ones,
所以有点着急。
might
然后呢，他们去跟指挥部沟
endanger
通，
the
指挥部就
house.
派
看有
这个地方。
赵旭，我刚刚看你把手套摘掉了，因为当地温度比较低，可以戴上再跟我们连线哈。
I also want to remind our reporter to dress warmly. Make sure that you wear your gloves, okay? Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. So the residents here worry that their house might collapse, and they try to get all of their belongings out of the house to keep them in safer places.
这个解放军官兵的这个告诉我说，也是因为物资不断的进来。刚才我们在
We see a massive inflow of rescue supplies, tents, covers, winter coats.
老乡们也有个点儿，所以他们就觉得可以把这个被褥抢修过来，因为今天
And a lot of supplies are stacked at the square of the government.
受损严重的这个区域的百姓可以今天晚上住进
And tonight, a lot of the people will be relocated into some of the makeshift tents. In the earlier press conference, we learned that a lot of makeshift houses are already under construction to make sure that all of the households would have a place to stay, as a more stable place to stay during rescue work. And the local people are also they're also demanding for more covers or duvet. And they are also looking forward to safer and more stable houses. Of course, they want to move back, but this kind of action could only be taken after making sure that the houses, their original houses, were safe to be moved back in. We need to do re-examination of the houses, and for those that are severely damaged, they need to be renovated.
迁到附近的更安全的地方，包括像临夏市啊，包括周围的地方去。但是因为老乡他确实有自己的担心，因为他们的这个当地呢，
The local people are having their own concern because the local people's livelihood depends on animal husbandry, and they are also worrying about their stocks. But we believe that with the implementation of following up policies and rescue measures, the local situation will get better and better. So can we take a closer look at the moving the houses that are moving out their belongings? This is a warehouse for the straws. This is for the feed of the stock.
然后呢，在这边我们看棚子就是
养的牲畜吗？注意安全哈，我们可以在外面看一下就好。
我们看一下。
哦，养牛户，
养了。
You can see some cows here.
4头牛里边还有
some cattle, and sheep. They're in good shape.
然后呢，可能这也是他们最牵挂的吧。
对，4牛4羊哈，在这
4 cattle and 4 sheep.
可以转移出来，这个棚子里还是我看这个砖块的结构哈，还是不是那么安全。
还是相对，对，那我看了一下，好像没有裂缝，
没有裂缝。好。
This place.
这里边呢，整个的老百姓看，受到群众，这是沙发。
The households are now moving out their furnitures. You see sofa and a bonsai, a cabinet. sofa, some clothes. This is a student's desk. Chairs, some dry fruit, tea leaves.
大家可能了解，可能比较喜欢喝那个三炮台啊，这个桂圆、红枣、茶叶都是他们比较喜欢的。这里边还有一件农机，
some agricultural machineries,
当中，旁边还有一些收获下的玉
corn.
米，对，这样一个他家
So basically all of the belongings
距离乡政
of
府
the
大概有
household.
500-600米这样的样子。
This place is about 300 to 600 meters away from the local government. This is the backyard. And the belongings are all that they have, of course. So no wonder they want to rush to get them out. You can see some cracks at the wall. This is back wall of the house. This is a brick wall. You can see some uneven seams between the bricks, which might affect the stability of the walls. Ask 2 questions, Mr. Zhao. We have already seen the situation relocation. You've discovered some of the challenges. So from your perspective, what is the biggest challenge of the work in the next stage? Actually, after arrival, we feel that the epicenter is now at a very high altitude and very low temperature, and especially in winter, and after the stricken of a cold blaze. So I think low temperature is probably the biggest challenge here. Another big challenge is power supply. But upon arrival, we found that most of the workers are relying on the lightings on their helmets. But currently, the power supply has been restored. At least the main network. So I believe that the biggest issue remains low temperature. At night, the temperature can be as low as -10 to 15 degrees Celsius. And the tents cannot not be a long-term solution. This kind of coal burning furnaces is also not a very long-term option. It's not quite safe. This is only the beginning for relocation work. We need to talk about safety, about heating, and also, I believe, psychological restoration. And also the infection disease prevention. How do they use the toilets? All of these trivial things, the trivialities are very challenging as well. So rescue work needs to go hand in hand with relocation. We need more specific guidance and instructions concerning relocation so that the local people can stay rest assured after such a major disaster. As you mentioned, this is only the beginning. Last question. We seem to see a temporary tent nearby the house. As you mentioned, at 4 a.m., you have arrived at the epicenter, and after 30 hours, what do you feel? My first impression was that everything was a bit chaotic. Of course, we see a lot of panic on people's faces, and at time the power supply was not restored, and the place was suffering from a blackout. The only source of lightings are from the helmets of the rescue workers. They also set up temporary bonfires outside the house, an open space outdoors. We see a lot of vehicles running on the roads, and we see trucks sending in supplies, but we also see some vehicles that are sending injured person from the epicenter to the exterior places. So the sirens of the ambulances are also quite heartbroken for us because we know that there are injured people on board, but at the same time, the feelings are quite complex because the ambulances also signify hope. But today, we believe that we see calmer expressions on the faces of the local people, and the rescue workers are helping them, and they are helping themselves. We have set up furnaces, although there are still a shortage of coal. And a lot of the local people are working together. They're helping each other, sharing some of their reserves of coal to light up the furnaces. But this is only temporary, of course. For this kind of situation to continue to get better, we still need further efforts. Can we take a look at the makeshift tent? This is a makeshift tent.
这边上是村里的几户人，所以在这边呢，相当于这个，如果这个救灾的帐篷，我刚才需要强调一下，刚才我们去的那个一个小朋友去的那个柳沟乡，那是个指挥部，那不是搭建帐篷的地方。看把这个床都搬到这边。老人家好，小朋友好。
The temperature here is quite okay, I think. There are food boiling inside, noodles, I believe.
还热气腾腾的。
这旁边也摆了一盆花吗？这是从家搬过来的。
We even see some flowers here.
这个应该是真花，刚才那个是一束假花啊。对，也是大家对生活有很美好的向往。
是啊。哦，这里还有一个啊，我挥挥手，你好。还有一个小砧板，
到现在还抱着一个熊。
哦，抱着一个熊。
对，这是他们做饭的。哦，大家看到这是辣子。
Some spice.
对。
Vinegar.
对，因为对当地人来讲，不论是吃馕还是吃这个面条
，noodles. You can see the obvious preference of flavor here.
这边是煤，要看一下。
Coal for furnace, for to keep the house warm, to keep the tent warm. What about what the rough temperature inside? Yeah, I think it's okay to stay in a tent. The temperature and the inside, it's quite warm inside the tent. Thank you very much. Keep warm and keep safe. Thank you for the report.
好的，郑生，再见。好，感谢我们前方记者赵旭给我们带来的一个这样的现场连线。很多网友
Thank you. Our viewers are following closely the situation of the relocation sites.
看到了这样一个分散的安置点是怎么运作的哈，是邻近的几户共用一个临时
We can see that a lot of the households are sharing tents now. You can even see flower pots and some toys for kids. We hope that this kind of makeshift houses can be constructed as soon as possible so that they can move to safer
连线完
places.
赵旭，其实我们感觉到一开始他说的这3个光哈，救援人员的灯光。
A reporter mentioned the sources of lighting, the bonfire, the lights on the helmet, and also the lights from the cars and vehicles. We believe that more sources of light will be lit up to turn the situation for the better. The Ministry of Organization and special allocated funds from the CPC parties to get involved in the rescue worker to help with the rescue work of the disaster relief in the earth-stricken areas. After the earthquake happened in Jishishan County of Ningxia in Gansu province, a lot of rescue resources have been put in. We now have seen that the major trunks of transport have been restored, and power supply have also been restored. And currently, most of the roads are now quite smooth. Now hours have gone by. Let's talk to the Ministry of Emergency Management, a reporter at the Ministry of Emergency Management to update us. Let's take a look at the big screen to catch up with the latest updates of the transport at the disaster-stricken places. You can see that all of the roads are showing colors of green, which means that they are smooth, but you can see some small signals here, small markings here, signifying that there are still some restrictions in transport, mainly in G310. Some of the roads are only open to the rescue vehicles. But you can take a detour if you want to drive to the central location. These two spots are also closed, and you're not allowed to go in unless you are part of the rescue forces. This is a very heavily stricken areas, and now the transport resources would be open only to the rescue forces. Expressways here are open, but what about the vehicles? Do they have a smooth access to the epicenter? As far as we know, the special green channels are open up for the rescue forces and for the vehicles, and they can have free access to the highways. This is one of the tolling stations. You see some of the vehicles are driving through. You can also see some traffic police that are trying to facilitate the transportation here. They are here to make sure that the vehicles have free access. They can go through the tolling station smoothly and also provide assistance as is needed. Now let's talk to Mr. Liu Jia to bring us some more of the latest updates. Our first priority is the safe operation of the road nets nearby the stricken area. Second is to provide free access to all of the rescue vehicles. The green channels, 600 green channels have been opened up. Right now, more than 4,000 vehicles have been driven by. A lot of supplies are sending in to the epicenter through all of these roads nearby. We also have provided some services to the vehicles. There are some temporary spots that are being set up at the roadside. These are some free parking sites for the vehicles, and also some supplies that are provided freely to the drivers and also the person that are on board of the rescue vehicles. We've been following closely the road and transportation of the disaster-stricken areas, and it is our sincere hope that more supplies could be sent in, and all the roads can ensure that the supplies can get in a timely manner.
我们再来看一下今天上午甘肃省抗震救灾指挥部新闻发布会通报了
Let's take a look at some of the press conference this morning.
截止12月29时，地震已造成113人死亡。
Currently, the earthquake has caused the deaths of 113 people and 782 people were injured.
145736人，出动救灾力量4500多人，车辆
，with more than 4,000 people relocated. All of the injured personnel are under treatment in hospitals.
截至目前，共临时避险转移安置20457户。
20,000 households and 80,000 people have been relocated in makeshift tents as well as temporary relocation sites. Currently, the major transport roads have been restored, and all of the roads are now smooth. The main roads have already been restored. The coal mines inside the stricken areas have already stopped production, and no casualty were reported.
天寒地冻，人间有爱。刚刚过去的一个夜晚，是此次甘肃省临夏州积石山县。
Last night was the first night after the earthquake, and also the first night for the local people to spend after the earthquake. And tents have been set up to relocate the affected people. This is one of the relocation sites. Right now it's 2 a.m. and the local temperature is minus 18 degrees Celsius. As you can see, the soldiers are helping out the local workers to make sure that they can stay safe for the night.
此次地震位于高原高寒地区，震中5公里内，平均海拔2700多米，给
This
救灾和
earthquake
物
took
资产业
place
带来不小的困难。
at very high altitude and low temperature,
支起顶杆，压实地条，
and
展开地垫，
under
挨个点
such
位为
harsh
受灾群众
conditions,
搭设一
the
顶顶帐
local
篷，并
rescue
安排专人
forces
轮流对搭
and
设好的帐
the
篷内的取暖度
military
进行检修，
soldiers are
让灾区的
helping
夜
the
晚
local
不再寒冷。
people to safely spend the night, and the soldiers are working relentlessly around the clock to help the local people to set up tents. And tonight we plan to set up 20 tents to keep the local people safe and warm inside.
270顶。
甘肃省临夏州积石山县人民医院距离震中
The
只有大
Renmin
约8公里
Hospital
的距
of
离，是这次地震当中
Gansu
收治伤
province
员较多的一
has
家医院。
accommodated a lot of
昨天夜
injured
里，总台央视记者也来
persons
到了这里。
inside.
震后的24小时，这
And
家
let's
县医
take a
院
look
是什么样的
at
状
this
况？我们
hospital.
来看记者的记录。
20号0点32分，
At
伴随着一阵
midnight,
明显的晃动，又是一波余震来袭。
an
有
afterquake
不少患者冒着零下10度的
took
气温，
place.
从病房
And a
往
lot
外
of
面走。
panic people are quite panicked, so they rush downstairs. So this kind of aftershock
和侯怀鹏一起在急诊值守
can
夜班
cause
的，
some
还有
psychological
从产科过
pressure
来急诊科
to
支
the
援的护士
patients.
韩梅。 有着14年护理经验的她，从地震刚发生就主动来到急诊，照顾
A
从
lot
灾
of
区
the
送来的
doctors
伤
and
员。
nurses are working around the clock. And I was working at the ER. At the time of the aftershock, I was quite nervous as
叶医
well,
生
but
时不时仍有
I
救
believe
护
that my
车
first
停靠在门前，
responsibility is
但
to
是
make
和
sure that
24
my
小时前
patients
相
are
比，
safe.
就诊人数已经大大减少。420
Ambulances
名像
are
韩梅这样的
coming
医
in
护
and
人
out
员，通过
to
24 小
transport
时的坚
patients
守
and
和
injured
畅通的
people.
转诊通道，顶住急诊人数激
The
增的压
number
力，
of
在地
patients
震
at the
发生后
ER
24
are
小时内
soaring,
收治了233名住院
and
患者。
more than 200 patients were taken in. We have opened up the screen channel to accept the injured person who are suffering from bone fracture and some other traumas. Currently, all of the patients
19
are
号的深夜，
under
在积
very
石山县
stable
人民医院
condition.
的急诊室又来了几名从灾区运来的伤员，而这其中呢，一位60多岁的老大爷引起了记者的注意。
This old man was suffering from some injury at the left elbow. some trauma at the soft tissue.
曹敦忠得知积石山县地震后，立刻和姐夫2人轮流开车从青海玉树往老家赶。今天白天才赶到县里。得知父亲没有跟随救援队撤离，他一直在埋怨。但医生通知可以去做检查了，他还是推着轮椅小跑了起来。
This is his son. He drove from Qinghai to see his father overnight. And he discovered that his father was an old CPC member. After being rescued, he helped the rescue workers to make sure that the local people were evacuated in time, despite his own injuries.
但是，毕竟老人已经
He's
年
now
过
already
60，
over
受伤之后又工作了
60
接近
years
24 个
old,
小时，到底有没有伤到骨头，
and he
是儿
kept
子曹敦忠
working
最关
several
心的事情。
hours after the injuries. But luckily, after the physical examination, he was fine. So his son was quite relieved that his father was okay.
此次地震还造成与积石山县相邻的青海省海东市民和、循化、化隆3个县受灾。在民和县的中川乡，由于地震引发了沙
Three
涌现
nearby
象，大量的
counties
房屋
at
被淤泥包
Qinghai
围冲毁。
province
目前，民和
was
县
also
中川乡的
affected
救援一直在
by
进
the
行。
earthquake.
根据记者的了解，目前青海仍有16人失
Currently,
联，
there
主
are
要集中在
still
民和县的
16
中川乡
people
的
that are
金田
missing
村
in
和草滩
Qinghai
村。 总台
province.
记者今天一直在草滩村的
And
救
let's
援
take a
现
look
场。
at the
救援的具体
situation
情
there.
况，我们来
And
看记者
our
1小时
reporter
前从
will
现
take
场
you
所发回
to
的报道。
Caotanchun village at Qinghai province.
我现在的位置呢是在一处这个
This
搜
is
救点的
a
现场。站在我
rescue
这里呢，
site.
向北可以看到地震发生的当天从山上
As you
冲
can see
出
to
的
the
这个
north
淤
of the
土所经过的河
village,
流。那么在现场可以看到，
there are a large amount of
混杂在一
mud,
起，而河面上呢也有
rubbles,
大量的水，由于天气比较寒冷，已经
and also
出现了
ice
结
and
冰。
snow.
当天晚上呢，这个大量的泥土就是从这个
A
河
lot
里
of
涌
mud
出，涌
and
向了
water
我所在
rushed
的草滩
to
村。
the Caotanchun
而
village here.
我现在的这处救援点呢，我们的消防救援人员呢
Currently,
正在通过人力的方式呢，
the
对
rescue
屋内呢
workers
进
are
行清
trying
淤
to
和搜
clean
索。
up
而我们看
the
到，
roads
同
and
武警配合
houses,
的像搜救犬
and the
也已
dogs
经来
are
到了现场，
also
一边进
rescue
行清
dogs are
淤，一
also
边呢由
here
搜救犬
as
进
part of the
行搜索。
force.
那么我刚才了解到，这批搜救犬呢是刚刚从山东来支援的山东
They
消
are
防的
from
救援犬。
Shandong province.
由于现场被大量的淤泥包裹，很多的大型救援设备无法抵达周边，没有办法将房屋周边的淤泥进行一个清理，所以呢，在今天呢，有很多大型的救援设备已经抵达了现场。
Currently, we see a lot of accumulation, a large accumulation of mud that will prohibit large equipment to be transported in and involved in the rescue forces. So the first priority would be to clean up the mud
挖掘机
and
的
mud
履带呢，我们
flow.
可以看到也已经深深的陷到了这个淤泥里面。挖掘机只能一
The
边清淤一边掘
excavators
进，
are
然后
moving
不停地向着
slowly
我所在的这个
in this
区
cleanup
域前
process.
进。据我观察呢，从中午到现在呢，这个挖掘机已经前进了10多米，
At
可以说
noon,
呢，
they
这个同时
travel
呢一刻
about
不停地
10
向前进行了
meters.
掘进。等到这个道路完全清理完成以后呢，这些挖掘机会迅速
After
的
the
把
roads
我
were
所处
cleaned
区
up,
域的民房周围的淤泥清理干净，这样呢就可以加快对房屋内淤泥
they will
的这
move
样的
on
一个
to
清理，
the
从而
cleaning
加
up
快对
of the
失联
houses.
人员的一个搜索的进度。
金田村和草滩村的沙涌发生之后，青海省消防救援总队的消防救援人员连夜组织救援。
After this
那么
mud
相关情况，
flow,
我们来看总台另外一路记者从金田村所发回的探访。
and the special team was sent to help the local workers to get
在金
over
田村的
this
村口，
difficulty.
本来有一条公路通过，
As you can see that the roads are now under the debris of the gravels.
我的身高呢是1.66米，我站在这儿看淤泥的顶部根本就看不到，这个淤泥至少是有2.5米厚。
This situation is known as sand boil. As you can see, the excavators are working and try to clean up the sand and the mud. You see very loud noises after this earthquake. After I arrive here, you can see there are a large amount of mud. Because of the shaking of the Earth's shell, the sand underneath will be liquefied and would flood a background to form this kind of sand boil. There are some dry channels, and after this kind of flooding of the underground sand, it will form a temporary river or a ditch. Consists of a large amount of mud and sand, and they would accumulate here to form this very large pile of sand and gravel. The villagers are temporarily settled down in the tents. Furnaces were burning to keep them warm. There are some instructions if you encounter an earthquake. We strongly recommend that you install an early warning system and application at your cell phone. After you receive the warning, take precautions and prevention measures accordingly. Make sure that you stay in safe places. If the warning level is high, it's important that you find shelter, temporary shelter. Here are some things that we do not recommend. The terrace, the elevator, and the windows are dangerous at time of earthquake. If you are inside, we recommend that you evacuate to outer space. Turn off the switches if possible. If time is quite limited, or if you live in high rises, cover your head with a pillow and hide in small and enclosed spaces. After the quake stop, you can exile outside. Watch nearby environment and keep away from billboards and poles, lampposts, and so on. The risks are different if you are located in different places. So, these information should be kept in mind so as you can cope with the situation calmly if you encountered one. Let's take a look at the Xiaojiacun village. We'll talk to our reporter at site. So where are you right now, and what about the local temperature?
好的，我背后这个牌子上就看来啊，就是我是在这个积石山县
This is Xiaojiacun village.
这个村子是一个什么情况呢？可以看到呢，它其实是一个典型的在
This is a mountainous
这样
village.
的一个村子。那目前呢，其实在连线开始之前还挺暖和的，但是这会儿呢，太阳一旦躲到云层里面，体感温度就瞬间就下降了。
I think under the sun would not be quite cold, but once there is a cloud, the temperature would drop sharply, and the current temperature is about minus 5 degrees Celsius. You can see some remnants of snow at the village.
他们的路上的这个雪都没有化，而且会结成冰，对于道路的通行用呢，还是会有一些影响。
might affect the transportation.
我们现在所在的这个位置
This is at Xiaojiacun's
村委会，我们来通过这个前置摄像头
the service committee.
前呢这儿是一块相对比较宽敞的
This
广
is
场，
the square, the small square of the
这儿呢
village.
也是肖家村目前
Also,
集中存
the
放的
temporary
一个
warehouse
地方。那
for the
从
rescue
不管是
supplies.
政家波还是民间捐助的物资呢，都会来到这里统一存放以后呢，再由各自然村
It is used serve as a temporary hub
在这儿领用
for the
以后拉到
rescue
各地去使用。
forces.
从今天中午我们到这里呢，就是一直关注了这个村子的
We've been following closely the supplies of the rescue forces closely over the past 2 days. We visited several relocation sites at the Dahotun village, and we saw that they've been moving to the square to safer places. Tents have been set up. As I mentioned, this is a village nearby the mountain.
肖家村的这个村委会门口的一个应该是篮球场，当然也是一个综合的这样的一个小广场。这个广场呢是用于平时他们的一些村民活动，
This is a recreation center for the local people. You can see a basketball court.
从事直播。
我们想要了解一下，就是目前肖家村它有没有安置点？
What about the situation at the relocation sites in Xiaojiacun?
那从这个地形上可以看来呢，这个肖家村呢，它是沿山而建，它不像平地的大河村一样，它可以搞
As a mountain village, it is difficult for the Xiaojiacun village to arrange this large space, to allocate large space for relocation. So all of the affected people were allocated in a more scattered manner. You can see 3 or 4 tents that are set up together like this, and furnaces were put in to keep the people warm. I also talked to some local carters. A lot of the houses are still standing. They look fine from the exterior, but there are a lot of cracks if you look from the inside. Some local experts are doing some inspections and evaluation on the safety of the houses, if they are safe enough. The local people could move back into their own home. But if not, the people will still have to be relocated, and they will not be able to move back in before the renovation is finished.
就是刚才腾飞这种展示的像活动板房等等的这样的安置方式。
那我们想了解一下，目前咱们这些村民他们的用水用。
Can you tell us more about the water and electricity supply? After the earthquake,
整个积石山县的北部地区呢，用电呢
the northern part of the Jishishan County experienced a time of power cuts. But the water supply was not cut off, and communication was normal. So the biggest issue here is still low temperature and shortage of food. So what is needed the most? You mentioned that they need fuel, they need coal. And what about the people in Jishishan village? I think coal shortage is a universal problem in the stricken area.
受灾地区紧缺物资的一个清单，其中就包括了安全炉的这种燃料，其中最主要就是煤炭呀。
So coal is much needed. And thick covers, duvet, winter coats.
因为我们知道这个地方呢，它的海拔比较高，而且呢又经历了这个寒潮的这种影响，所以
at such high altitude area, the biggest challenge for relocation remains low temperature.
包括腾飞他们那个村子呢，很普遍是缺乏这种保暖的这样的物资。但是呢，今天我们来直播之前呢，其实就看到，来我们来
Let's take a look.
这儿呢是刚刚我们直播以后来运到。
Here are some of the supplies have been just sent in.
这边呢是
some furnaces, some covers.
这是由武警甘肃总队今天凌晨呢运抵到这儿，
The provincial armed police forces actually transported all of these materials here, all of the supplies here. These are makeshift beds that could be folded. These are much needed supplies for the affected population.
燃眉之急是解决了哈，文件。但是我们知道这个地方呢，它是高海拔，而且温度偏低。但我们同时也知道，这个冬天还是很漫长的。那接下来
The stricken areas are now suffering from low temperature and the winter is still long. How do the affected people overcome the difficulties and safely spend winter? Well, according to the press conference of yesterday and today, the low temperature difficulty is something that the command center cares about the most, let alone thinking about the possibility that some of the people might spend their spring festival in some relocated sites. So the first priority is to set up temporary safe locations for the people. For example, yesterday we see some tents, and now we're having the knowledge that a lot of makeshift houses were under construction.
可能细心的网友跟我一样也发现了哈，刚才我们的记者安文健时不时的会咳嗽。
We have heard that our reporter Mr. An was coughing a lot. So you must have been through a lot because you arrived there very early after the earthquake happened.
地震发生当时呢，我们因为是驻站记者，我在兰州刚刚结束了另外一场直播。
I was stationed in Lanzhou of Gansu province, and after the earthquake happened, I set up at 3 a.m. Arrived at the epicenter at 3 a.m.
然后在大河家镇，我们看到呢，整个沿路呢这个
We saw some cracks at the walls as we drove to the epicenter. We see a lot of collapsed houses. And people were very concerned and very worried about the safety of the houses. And some of them lit up bonfires to temporarily keep themselves warm. Some of them even chose to stay in their own cars, their private cars, for the night.
从昨天早上第一批物资到达安置点开始，到昨天下午整个帐篷搭建完毕，电力、通讯等等都
But from yesterday to today, we see continuous improvement in terms of roads clearing up and the setting up of relocation site, restoration of water and power supply, and also the constant support of people and rescue resources. 30 hours have gone by. And, what would you like to share with us most at the moment? I think my priority today is to check out another place. We want to take a look at some of the mountainous area here and to make sure that people were well located. We've discovered somewhat in a police manner that there are only very limited supplies at the temporary warehouse, but now, as you can see, well, these are the experts that are checking out the security situation of the houses. As you can see, here at the temporary warehouse, there are a lot of supplies, some instant food, sausages, water, winter coats. We see people coming in to get their share of the supplies, and we still see an increasing coming in of the supplies. So we think the situation is it's turning for the better. I'm here to bring you the latest updates of the Gansu earthquake. We are now at the M6.2 village, also one of the relocation sites. This relocation site is somewhat different from the previous ones. You can see a lot of makeshift houses that are set up. You can also see tents here. This is a temporary kitchen.
这个帐篷其实本身也已经做了加厚的处理了，它里边已经有一个夹层，但相对而言呢，其实这种帐篷啊，在这种夜里14度的这种低温下，其实多多少少还是御寒能力还是有限的。
only do so much in terms of insulation, but these houses are much better. There's some clear improvement in terms of insulation and safety.
更好。另外最重要就是它毕竟是这种板材嘛，所以这个板材我现在目测我们可以跟我的手掌比一下，大概有我的这个4个手指这么粗。最重要的是它表面全部都涂装了这样的防火的涂层。
These materials are also waterproof. They are also fireproof, so they can keep the warmth in and cold out.
当你一走进这样的板房呢，就能感到暖意融融，因为我前面就有这样一个火炉哈。
We see a furnace here.
在做调试，调试什么呢？第一是调试这个炉子现在运转是否正常。第二，大家可以看一下这炉边上哈，这个火现在烧得非常的旺，非常暖和。这旁边呢
We can also see this this tube that will direct the fume out of the house. So this is a testing house to make sure that fume are discharged outside.
当然，这样的一个板房，我们请大家注意一些细节哈。我们说这样的板房呢，它其实是可能在很多地方大家也看过，叫
This is like a living modules, as is known some elsewhere.
运过来之后可以快速的
It's like a mosaic.
迅速的展开。他们告诉我，搭建这样的一个板房
will be very quick to set up.
条件允许，就比如说地面很平，像我们现在所在的这块原来的这片平地的话
，it will only take about 20 minutes to set up a room like this. We also have electricity supply here. There are some sockets here that you can use to charge your phones. There are also lightings at the roof, at the ceiling.
那包括进来之后，大家会感觉而且还有个很关键的细节，大家可以看到哈，一方面顶上可以有插座，它比如说还可以
There are also sockets on the roof.
它的一些这个插一些设备。另外，你看旁边还有一个断电保护，
There are also power cuts, this kind of power insurance installed.
集装箱式的这样一个裁板房呢，它的这个大小哈是我们这样，我宽
It's about 3 meters wide and 6 meters
18个平米。
long.
一般的这样我们说的这种救灾帐篷呢，大概会是它的1.5到2倍这样的。
About 1.5 to 2 times bigger than the normal tents that we see.
按照一户一间的方式，就是你这一家
So
人到时候
each
可能可以分到这样的，就一家人
family would have access to one room,
比较多的话，它还可以再加床啊，最多呢可能会加到
and
6张床。
a single room could
还可以再加，
could accommodate 6 beds at maximum here.
过渡生活的需要的。 那这样的板房呢，我们可以看一下，其实现在还有很多的工人正在忙活哈。这一间是他们刚刚简单的调试好的，你看现在那边很多工人还在安装调试。
We can see that the workers are busy setting up the houses.
它前面这个空地呢并不是特别大，目前呢我们了解一下，一共在这里搭建了
Currently, 36 rooms are being set up.
这些板房 它有一些不是今天搭的，而是昨天
Some of them were constructed last night.
我给大家看一个小细节哈， 一方面这上面是来自中铁2级的元件，最上面大家可以看到有个集装箱活动板房的这种促售的广告。其实这个形式特别像什么呢？很多的工地大家看到的都有这样的
these are
活动的
makeshift
板房。其实大
houses
家
for the
给大家的印
workers.
象是一样的，这些板房其实原本就是在附近的中铁21期
They
建
were
设
the
工地上
temporary
使用的。
dorms
但
for
是
the
听说地
construction
震发生
workers
之后，我们
nearby.
这些灾区的群众啊，
But
急需
after
要
the
这样的
earthquake
保暖的这样的
stroke,
更好的一些安置的
the local
所以他们
company
就怎么办呢？
decided
我们的这些员工就想办法，原本他们一间房里边只住，比如说3、4个人，现在呢大家就挤一挤，我一间
to
房里边大家就
transport
他们
some
说
of
最
the
多住到了
some
8
of
个人甚
the
至10个人，我们的员
modules
工可以
here
受点委屈，把这些板房腾出来，第一时间运送到我们
to
灾
make
区，
sure
运
that
送到我
more
们的镇区，
people
然后
can
把
have
这些板房
access
快
to
速
this
的
kind of
转移到这里，给我们的老百姓，
safer and
让我们的老百
warmer
姓能够
houses
住
and
得好一
places
些。
to
特别
stay,
是在这2天，因为
especially in the
像
last
昨天晚
few
上的最低
days
气温只
because
达到了零下14度。
the
通过现场
temperature
画
at
面我们可以
night is
看到，其
quite
实
low.
就在我们这个村委会的外围，大家可以看到，其实还有大
We
量的
can
积雪，
see some
而
remnants
且
of snow
这
nearby,
里的最低气
and
温
the
零下14
temperature
度，只是
here
预
can
报
be
的是昨
as
天的
low
气温。
as
那么随着这2
-14
天有一股
degrees
新的冷空气
Celsius.
下来，那么明
And
后
next
2
few
天最低
days,
气
the
温还会进一步的
temperature
降
will
低， 大
even
家会降
get
回到零
lower
下16摄氏度左
to
右。所以大家
16
就能知道， 在这样
-16
的地
degrees
方环境下，
Celsius.
有这样的板房，那
With
它
the
其实对
temporary
于我们老
houses
百
like
姓来
this,
度过
the
寒夜来说是非常非常重要的。
the
当然，除
affected
了这样的活
people
动的板
can
房呢，
have a
我们
safer
要告诉大
place,
家的
a
是，
warmer
我们
place
通
to
过现场
stay.
的画面可以看到，不只是活动板房的搭建，还有大量的你看这种
We can
救灾物资也
also
在不断的
see
通过各种各样的车辆、各
an
种形式的搬
inflow
运。
of
我们看到这上面
massive
是，这是有饭，我们跟着这也能看到哈，看到上面写的是
supplies.
红烧牛肉饭这
These
都
are
是，
some
而且我这个
instant
给大家
food.
注意一个细节，上面写的有清真素食。 这一点是我通过直播特别想告诉大家的，因为我们这次发生地震的这个镇区啊，有很多的少数民族的
Also, as far
这
as we
个
know, there
集
are
市，
a
其实
lot
有
of
很多少数民族的居民。
minority
那其实
groups
在这次捐
that
建物资里边，我们注意到
that
有
were
的企业
living
也非常的
here.
用心哈，也是运送了
So
大量的
some
清
of
真食品。
the
这里我们也提示那些计划
companies
向我们的灾
also
区
have
来进行
sent
捐建
in
的企业
some
或个人也好，
food
我们
that
在
is up
捐
to
赠物
the
资的时
Islamic
候，也
standard
可以适当的考虑一下当
for
地
the
的少
Muslim
数民族的
nearby.
风俗习惯可以多选择一些清真的食品。 好，那我们注意到这个房间呢，现在是这个刚刚他们搬运的物资哈，其实还是挺充分的。你看矿泉水、方便面目前看还是比较的充分。更重要
We
的是
can
还在不断的
see
源源不断的运进来。
a
那我
very
们
big
先着
supply
不
of
打扰他们的工作，就往
instant
前走。
food and
那其实
mineral
这样
water and
的
so on.
运送的物资呢，除了我们说这个房间是摆放食品的，那么我
We
们再
just
请
saw
大家看
an
另外一个地方，我们刚刚也注意
warehouse
到它其实还
for
有
the
一些物
food.
资呢是放在了那个房间里，我们可以通过这个窗户给大家看一下，就是我们说一方面让大家吃饱，同时还希望让大家能够穿
And
得
let's take
暖。
a look
我
at
们刚才看到，就
another
在我们直播之前呢，
storage.
还有大量的这样的棉衣被运送进来。当然，这个在统一发放
This
之
is
前呢，
the
他们有一个
place
集
where
中存
the
放的地点，我们通过这个窗
the
户可以看到一下。
covers and
来，
thick
大家可以
winter
看一下，
coats
可能相对有
were
点乱，但是
stacked.
也能看到一点哈。对，我们的镜头可以给一下，能打开吗？我们试一下，我不知道现在它是有没有锁起来，因为我刚刚看到这里边是打不开，没事，窗户能看到，给大家看看细节就行了。您看啊，这里边没事我们那个看到，你看这有一部
You
分
can see some
这个
thick
大家
coat
看有一摞一摞的
overcoats.
棉衣包括上面还有一部分，因为现在遮盖了，所以能拍清楚吗？能看到有棉衣哈。另外旁边还有几个箱子是他们紧急这个捐来的这个
And you
发
can
电机
also see
现在当
some
然我们说这些物资呢在
power
源源的来，可能很
generators.
多人说怎么只有这么点儿？因为一方面物资呢进来之后会快速的分发给
There's
我们
not
的
very
受灾
big
的
storage
所以我们看到
because
这不可能是堆积如山的，他们只
after
是
they've
来
been
一批
transported
发一批，
in,
属
they
于一
will
个临时的
be
供暖。
distributed
那么我们接下来再带
as
大
soon
家
as
看的是，
possible to the local people.
其实我们来到安置点很关心的是大家的基本
And
生
we
活，
need to
除了
care
我们说要
about
有地
the
方住，
basic
我这里其实给大家注意一
necessities
个
of the
细节，
local
就是
people, of
这个
course.
很简易的地方，就是 确实非常的重要。它这个龙头好像需要，刚才是需要钳子他们来弄，但是这个是有水的，这就是我们的这个干净的自来水，也就意味着现在哪怕是我们
We can also see tap water supply. The water supply is not cut off.
就我们前面刚刚看到的那个做牛面的地方，他们就是在这儿来接水给大家做面的。所以有了这样的水的保障之后，
We even see this normal operation of some restaurants providing enough food for the local people.
矿泉水来解决大家做饭的问题。那此外，我们还请大家看这旁边其实有一个小的厕所，我刚才其实在直播之前也进去看了一下，这个厕所里边还相
We
对来说
also
比较的
see
干净。
a
但是
toilet
呢，对面
nearby,
工作人员也提醒我们，因为它还是出现了
but
裂
it
痕，
showed
所以
some
目前呢，我
cracks
们
because of the
还是
earthquake.
建议我们的这个受影响的群众啊，尽量的不要使
So
用这个厕所。但是呢，我们的工作人员因为没有办法，特别有大量的这样的我们前来远见的
probably
人
need some
他们
further
其实也
checkups.
是能够有一些基本的保障。那现在我们所在的这样的一个点位呢，是在梅坡村
We're
的这
at
样一个安置点。这个安置
the
点大家看
relocation
到
site of
面积其实不
M6.2
大。
village is not very big,
其实我们现在了解的情况是，这里搭建的这样的36
but
间的
the
这样的小
36
板房，其
houses
实
that
只
are
是
set up here
很少的
are
一部
only
分。
a
他
small
们呢，其实
portion.
目前啊已经调集了
Currently, more than
200多间的这样
200
的小
such
板房进来，
lodges have
因为
already
这个只是
been
其中一个安
already
置
on
点。
their way.
他们除了这个安置点之外，包括在梅坡村，就至少有
And
3 个
there
安
are
置点，
3
现在啊都在
locations like
进行这样
this
的搭建的工
that
作。
are
那么为什么
undergoing
大家可能会
constructions.
想了，为什么不能在这个地方多搭建一些板房？我们可以通过现场的环境给大家介绍一下。通过现场的环境呢，我们可以看到，其实整个的这块区域呢，都是在大山深处。我们可以看到周边有
As
很
one of
多
my
细幅
colleagues
的山
mentioned,
峦，
this is
包括
quite
老
a
百姓的房
mountainous
子也是
area,
散落在这样
and
的
the people's
大山里的。
houses
所以你想在
were
山间找
scattered.
到找到一块相对开阔一点的大
So
的
it's
平地
difficult to
不
find
容
an
易。
open
更重要的，
space,
现在我们说还有余震，
let
还有这种
alone the
有可能发
continuous
生的余震。为了保证大家的
aftershocks
安全，我们还要选择
that
一个
took
比较
place
安全
from
开阔的地方。
time to
所以
time.
要满足第一，
So
地方够
to
大；
set up
第二，足够安全的话，现在
relocation
至少
sites
我
like
们还
this,
是
the
能
space
够
need to
找到
big enough
点
and
位
needs to
并
be
不是
flat.
非常的集中。所以我们现在这样采板房，实际上是在多个安置点在进行这样的搭建工作。我们也了解了一下现在的这样的一个搭建呢，目前他们今天计划将完成
So
200
tonight
间的采板房
they're
的搭建，
trying
预计3
to
天之内要完成
construct
500间的
at
这样
least
的采
200
干的板房
houses,
的搭建。
and
它会整个分布在大家都非常关心的
tomorrow
这次的，也是
they're
一个震区
planning
的一个重
to
灾区，就是
set
万
up
和家镇的各个
more
安置点。 此
houses.
外，在直播的最后，我们请
And
大家看到
towards
的一
the
个画面
end
是此
of
前刚刚
the
有一辆大车运送下来的
the
大量的
program
这
at
样
this
的
hour,
火炉。大家
I'd
注意
like
到，
to
其实这里有
direct
几
you
百台的
to
集中的
see
手
some
燃
of
的
the
火
big
炉。但是
furnaces.
通过这个画面，我们想告诉大家的是，我们也
But
跟当地
we
的居
talked
民，包
to
括
some
政府的工
local
作人员了解了
people.
一下。现在呢，
They
虽
were
然大量
saying
的
that
帐篷和
they
火炉
see
运
a
送过来，
large
但
amount
是
of
取暖的设
supplies
备
such as
现在
tents
相对
and
来说还
furnaces,
是比较充分的。但是
but
有一样
they
的
are
情况现在比
lacking
较急缺，
fuel,
就是这个火炉里边大家可以
namely
看到
coal
它需要烧煤
and
炭。
charcoal,
现在煤炭还是相对来说
which
是
is
比
quite
较紧
scarce
缺的。
at the
我
current
们也
moment.
提示我们相关的企业，如果
Hopefully,
有这样的资源的话，可以联系我们当地的政府，包括相关的应急部门，可以更
our
多的捐赠一
people
些
and
额外紧
emergency
急的取暖的
departments
煤炭。那这段的直播
can
就是这
have
样，
more
我们
access to coal
的
so
同
as
事呢
to
也在其他的点位会
keep
实
them
时
warm
给大
in
家关
winter.
注震区的情况。
Thank
这
you.
段直播就是这样，感谢大家的观看。如果
And
有
follow
其
us
他的直播，我
closely
会
on
继续为
further
大家发回
reports.
直播报道。
央视新闻的各位观众朋友们，大家下午好。我们现在所处的位置呢，是甘肃省宁夏回族自治州积石山县
Hello
大河家
everyone.
镇大河家村五社的主干道上。我们可以看到，因为地震啊，墙
We are
壁
now
已
at
经
the
发生了倒
epicenter
塌，
of this
那么破
earthquake.
碎的砖块已
We
经堵住了
see
这个交通要道。
some
现在我们身后可以看到，已经堵了
houses
大概有
are
30 辆
already
车想要
collapsed.
通过这
We
里。
see
我
some
们消防救援
piles
人员
of
正在
the
争分夺
bricks
秒的将这块
that are
碎
blocking the
石
road.
移放
And
到其他
the
区域，可以保证这个
firefighters are
车辆在这
trying
里有
to
一个通
move
过
the
的区
bricks
域。
away
我们现
so
在
as
正在
to
处置
clean
的
up the
呢是
channel.
广河县消防救援大队的参战指战员们。现场的群众看到了以后。
The local residents are also helping out the firefighters in terms of clean up the road.
救援人员看到了以后，也是劝离我们的群众，这些活儿就由我们救援人员来干就行。
But the firefighters are
但是群众好像并没有觉得
are saying that they could do the job.
乐此不疲地帮助我们一起来清理这块碎石。 来看一下身后的区域。啊，师傅，你往前再走一点，他们车可以过去了。往前走一点，你再稍等一下，马上就可以通过了。这一对兄妹已经成功通过了。那么后面大概现在还有5辆车。
There are 5 vehicles that follows this one.
看到后面一个车况，我们消防救援人员也加快了手底下的工作。
The firefighters are trying to clean up the road
在这种区域，这种
as
铁
possible.
锹人手搬运，好像成了最快速、最有效的清理方式。
In narrow spaces like this, you can only rely on manual labor to do the work.
我们现在所处的位置是甘肃省临夏回族自治州积石山县大河家镇大河家村五社的主干道上。
We're now at the Dahechun village, and this is one of the main roads of the village.
随着消防救援人员的工作，可以看到旁边的这个可供通过的区域变得越来越大。那么很快呢，就可以清理出来一条足够小轿车。
We're seeing that the firefighters are speeding up the cleanup process, and very soon, vehicles could drive through this road.
现在正在此处作业的是临夏州消防救援支队广河大队的参战指战员。
These firefighters are from a local fire squad, and they're here to participate in the rescue mission. 我们大概是在3点40分到达了此处区域。那么刚到的时候呢，这里还没有看到后方有这么多的车辆，仅仅是过了10几分钟的时间，后方已经排满了车辆。之前的车辆在路过这个片区的时候呢，就 This road was blocked for most of the days, and the vehicles that drove by had to take a detour. And after the firefighters discovered this phenomenon, they rushed the spot and tried to clean up the road for the villagers. After the earthquake, a lot of the buildings were severely damaged, and a lot of local people would choose to relocate and to settle down temporarily. But some of their belongings are left at the original houses, so they would choose to move out some of their most valuable belongings to the relocation sites. So you could see a lot of vehicles are driving from the houses to the relocation sites.
现在呢，已经是我们到场开展救援。
This is the second day for the rescue work. As time goes by,
救援工作呢，也由之前的
our priority work have been shifted from the searching for survivors to the relocation of affected people. We need to check out some of the blocked spots, help the people to move their belongings, and so on.
随着清理工作的深入，现在
With the cleaning up of the process,
容纳小轿车通行。
we have discovered that
各位司机朋友们也是很有素质啊，依次在后方
we need to some of the vehicles are waiting in line to get through.
现在正在现场实施清理作业的是临夏州消防救援支队广河大队的参战者战员。
In about 20 minutes, the firefighters have already finished their cleaning up job.
我们的参战者战员非常细致啊，还把地上的这些小碎石。
They are trying to clean up some of the gravels underground, so that they will not cause damages to the vehicles.
现在陷入了一个瓶颈期啊，我们的驾驶员比较紧张。
Our driver seems to be a bit cautious when driving by.
哦，这个车也是
Quite a close call. Probably we need some further cleaning up.
消防救援人员又再一次拿起铁锹，对这片区域重新开始清理。
Apparently, this channel needs to be further expanded.
这里是临夏州消防救援支队宣传中心刘进国在甘肃省临夏回族自治州积石山县大河家镇大河家村为您带来的前方报道。现在我们的消防救援
As
人
you
员呢
can
正在
see,
清
our
理
rescue
堵
workers
在
are
路
trying
上
to
的碎
clean
石
up
砖块。
the
离我们车辆
gravels
有一个比较
on
大
the
的
ground to
通
make
行区域。
room for the vehicles to go by.
看到现场扬起了非常多的尘土啊！我们的救援人员一心投在拓宽道路的工作上，他并没有佩戴一些防护设施。
You
我
can
站在旁
see
边都
a
能
lot
感受到这个
of smoke
烟
and
尘
dust
带来
at
的
the
这种
site,
刺鼻。
but the firefighters do not seem to care.
没事没事，给你指挥一下。 啊，这次我们的道路明显比上一次更加的宽敞，通过起来。
Right now, it's quite easy for the vehicles to drive by after the second cleanup effort.
我们趁着这个间隙采访一下
Let's
现在
talk
的带队
to one of the
干部。
rescue
这位呢
workers.
是临夏州消防救援支队广河大队的大队长。
This is Mr. Chu, the head of the rescue team.
大队长，那个
How many firefighters are involved in this process, in this mission?
本次积石山地震救援，我大队总共出战了3车18人。
18 firefighters from my squad are participating in rescue mission after the earthquake struck. At 12 a.m. we arrive here on the 19th. So you set off after the earthquake happened, right? Yes. After arrival, we are here to help the local workers, the local villagers to relocate, help them to clean up the roads. We are dispatched here in this village to help them with the setting up of the tents. Currently, 148 tents have been set up. Accommodating 1,500 local people. You can see the relocation site about 300 meters from here. Thank you. We'll not further interrupt your work. Thank you so much for the hard work. Right now, the road has been cleaned up. Now the cars could drive by. This is an SUV. It is quite big, but it still could safely drive through. Let's take a look at the situation of the relocation site not far from here. You can see that a lot of roads have already been cleaned up as we walk by. We can see some of the houses are suffering from severe damages, so we do not suggest that people come back to stay in these houses before security checkups.
好的，好，谢谢您。初来乍到，不太认路。两边呢都是受地震破坏的这个痕迹，墙皮脱落，然后
You can see some cracks on the walls. Very severe cracks.
"由各方力量、社会各界人士统一搭建的。 在道路两旁也可以看到由社会各界爱心
We can see a lot of donated supplies.
"现在我们来到了大河家村安置点的上方，从高处俯瞰，
This is the relocation site. You can see a lot of tents have been set up. The blue ones are set up by the firefighters. You can also see some green tents that are set up by the military soldiers. We can see that the soldiers are still working on to set up the tents so as to provide more rooms for the local people. We are at the Ningxia Autonomous Regions, and this is Dahecun Village, and this is one of the relocation sites. From the bird view, you can see tents of different colors. But there are also some facilities that you could not see very clearly from the aerial shots. You can see some kids that are running around. This used to be a square for the village, and the reason why I choose here is that this is a very safe location because there are no high rises or high walls nearby. So even if in the cases of aftershocks, it will be quite safe for the people to be here. We can see some green tents. These are set up by the PLA soldiers. There are furnaces installed inside to keep people warm. You can see a lot of tents. This is the emergency medical team. Some of the tents are provided by local hospital. This is some medical tents. We can also see vehicles from China Post Service and emergency communication. I'm Liu Jingbo with the rescue team, and currently we are at a temporary rescue site, a relocation site. And coming up, our mission as firefighter is first of all to help the local people with the relocation and settlement, help them to set up tents, and also to keep them safe at temporary relocation sites. Hopefully, through our efforts, the local people's life can come back to normal as soon as possible. Good afternoon, dear viewers. I'm Zhang Lei with CMG. Currently, we are at the Jishishan County of Gansu province, and it's reported that more than 1,500 houses have collapsed, and more than 300 houses are damaged to different degrees. But we now see a lot of supplies that are coming in, but the local people are still worrying if their house could still be livable. And this morning we have seen a team of experts that are carrying out some investigations of the houses and check out the damages. So this is Engineer Lu, and he will take us to see some of the local houses. So what are the purpose of the checkups of the houses? We know that some of the houses are seeing cracks, but are they safe to accommodate people? We need to evaluate the degree of safety of the houses before allowing people to move in. So this morning, me and my team have done a round of checkups to the houses in Dahotun village. So let's take a look. This is Kangdiaocun village, one of the most heavily stricken place. It is reported that about 80 to 90% of the houses are suffering damages of different degrees. We have visited about 90 houses this morning. After the checkups, we can now say that about up to 80 to 90% of the houses cannot accommodate people at the moment. There are only a few houses that could be livable after a round of fixation and strengthening. People are quite concerned about their living condition because the local temperature is quite low at night, especially. But with such a large amount of affected people that are set up temporarily at the tents, the biggest concern is when could they come back? Because for some of them, they believe that there are only some cracks on the walls. But are these houses still livable? If there are only small fractures, we will remind the residents to keep an eye on these cracks. But if the cracks are too big, we will not allow people to come back to live in because will not be safe. This is only the initial checkup. We will do another round of more detailed checkups with professional equipment. A lot of the houses are severely damaged. This house seems fine from the exterior. The gate collapsed, but the house seems to be standing quite steadily. We do a detailed checkup of the house. We believe that this house is livable at the moment. So after this emergency evacuation, this family could move back into their house, right? Yes. You can see the tiles are intact. And along with some other more detailed checkups. So we would suggest that this family could move back in after this emergency relocation. This house, on the other hand, shows some very clear cracks and also partly collapsed. For houses like this, would not recommend people to move back in. We also remind the residents to take marks on the wall so as to avoid further damages that might be caused by aftershocks. So what are the elements for the checkups? Well, from the exterior, that's the first thing. And also we need to check the internal structure. We also need to understand the time of the building, and also the severity of the damages. The first round of checkup is done with our own eyes. So we will examine the cracks by the width. If the cracks are too wide, we would see that this is very dangerous. You have to be more specific in terms of the width of the cracks. We can see very clear cracks on the wall. What about cracks like this? We've examined the exterior of the house. We do not see any cracks from the outside. But there are some cracks from the inside. We don't suggest the people move back in. We need further checkups of the house. But from what we know now, the structure of the house is still intact. There's only some cracks at the this internal furnishing at the wall. So this is probably okay because there are no major cracks at the supporting structure, including the roof of the house. Let's go next door. This house seems to be freshly built. It was only built 2 years ago, so this is a very new house. The tiles are intact. And the walls are also quite steady, and the residents could well move back. I think for amateurs like me, when I see cracks on the wall, I will feel unsafe. But there might be cracks, but some of the cracks might not be a threat to the people. So I think this kind of professional checkups is very crucial to the local people. We have done some records, and the records will be submitted to the commanding center so that they will determine which houses could continue to accommodate house. So you're like a third party providing suggestions to the command center, right? Yes. The command center will be the one telling the local people whether they could move back into their original houses. How many members are there in your team? Currently, about 60 professional personnel have been dispatched, forming 23 groups. When will you finish your work? In this village, we will finish our work by 6 p.m. And the reports will be submitted to the command center. How many years have been working in this business? 24 years. I've also participated in the house checkups of the Wenchuan earthquake and Yushu earthquake. Another concern for the local people is that some of the terrace walls are tilted because of the earthquake. For situations like that, we would suggest that to tear up the terrace so as to open up this channel first. Later, you could choose to set up the houses, set up the terrace again. Have you checked up this house? Yes, we have. You can see that the main gate has already collapsed. You can see very big cracks on the gate. It will mean major renovation or reconstruction of the top. Do you think that this structure needs to be teared down and reconstructed? Because the walls around the gate are already tilted, so even after reconstruction, it will be very difficult for the gate to open. So probably the owner of the house need to tear down the gate and reconstruct after the earthquake.
它比较好。
现在您再跟我们说说，像这个房间的话，它这个因为它这是一个完全的水泥构造成的，是吧？
对，就像这个房间的话，它就是对于这个房间的话，我们刚才对内对外去盘查了的话，你看这个墙角的话，这样的话，这个房屋的话就可能目前是不作为。
This house, for example, we would clearly not recommend the owners to move back in because it's very severely damaged. You can see some relocation of the walls at the moment.
这家人就是他现依然是要住在帐篷里了，是吧？对。其实现在我们在村子里头采访的时候，像在整个这样一个康教村，它其实整个这个房屋的受损面积还是比较大的。所以说在刚才也咱们这个工程师也提到了整个这样一个。
You can see that the house we just visited is quite severely damaged.
可以居住的房屋比较少，但是其实我们的工作其实大量的应该是在开展在那些受灾相对比较轻的村子里头，那会儿老百姓也是最担心的一个地方，是吧？对。像这些墙体是需要拆除的，您介绍一下。
就像针对这个围墙的话，你看大家可以看到，这个墙体的话，整体性还是比较好的，因为它的基础。
For this wall, as you can see some clear cracks. But the main structure of the wall is intact, so we believe that this wall, this terrace is relatively safe, and it's not tilted.
日后不用去再退除了啊。好的，谢谢。其实这个通过工程
It needs no further reconstruction. Needs some renovation
然后我
at
们
the
现在
most.
再继续往前走，就是整个对房屋的这样一个鉴定工作，它其实对于灾后恢复重建，包括我们现在整个抗震救灾，都是一个非常重要的一个环节，是吗？对，好的。那个现在我们可以来继续往前走。好的，各位网友，现在因为现在整个这样一个村子里头啊，它现在马上就是要这会儿已经快到了饭点了，所以咱们就要在6点之前要完成，所以工程师您这会儿已经要回去填报数据了，是吧？
对。我们通过鉴定完成后的话，我们回去要。
You mentioned that you need to finish your work by 6 p.m., right? So I will not further interrupt your work. Thank you so much for receiving our interview. Hello everyone. I think the security check of the houses after earthquake is very important.
周家村8社，它的门牌号是7号啊，下面也有一个8社，它的门号是48。那在门口我们就可以看到，其实他家这次房屋受损还是比较严重的。你看这个墙头已经出现了一面。
You can see that the walls and the house of this household is quite severely damaged. You can see some very large cracks and also the part of the house is completely collapsed. The evaluation workers are checking up the house inside right now. Let's take a look. You can see that this house is graded D, which means that it's unsuitable for accommodation. It's not suitable to live in right now. I think because there are a lot of houses that are severely damaged and not suitable to live in, all of the B tags are used up. And tag B means suitable to live in. So there are two types. First, B means suitable to live in, and D means unsuitable. So all the D tags are used up. So most of the houses are currently not suitable to live in. We've checked 70 houses, among which only 15 households that contains part of the houses that could be livable. The rest of the houses are not suitable for accommodating people. All of the houses in the village are damaged to different degrees. This house that you're looking at is not the most severely damaged one. From my naked eye, I can see that the basic structure of the house is intact. So why is it unsuitable to live in? Well, you need to take a look at some of the supporting structure, like the pillar. The pillar is already tilted by a very obvious angle. It is tilted forward. That means the center of the house is already has been already moved. You can also see some misplaced in the supporting structure and the walls. Well, that's why it takes professionals to do the checkup, because if you take a glance at it, you may say that, well, this is fine, but upon second look or from the eyes of a professional, you will discover that there are a lot of risk factors in this house. So mainly you need to look at the weight-bearing structures. most of the houses are now unsuitable to live in and that you use up the tax, right? As I understand. Our task this time is to discover which houses could be used as the emergency relocation site for the local people. So yesterday we discovered that in a house that is very unsafe, there are local people that gather here to keep themselves warm, which I believe is very dangerous behavior. That's why we need to do this very emergency checkups of the houses. Zhoujiacun village is only 15 kilometers away from the epicenter, so we see a lot of collapses of the houses and a large number of people that needs to be relocated. So we would need more tents, and also we would need this makeshift modules, living modules. At the same time, we also need to know which houses can be used as the temporary relief or shelters for the local people. There used to be a low terrace here, but right now it has already collapsed. But the overall structure is intact. This house, on the other hand, you could see very clear, very big collapsing area. But from what we can see, almost all of the houses in the village are suffering damages of different degrees. We can also see some emergency tents have been set up.
的公示，其实也是一个提示，他家的房屋是非常可喜的。目前来说，相对让我们安心点，就是他家的房屋目前给出了 B 级，就是可以入住。相对而言，这样的一个结果对于他们家人来说，应该说至少在抵御当前的这样一个困难时期。
This house was rated B, which means that the owners could safely move back in.
受损的情况相对来说还好一些。目前来看呢，就只有我们
So this house was not severely damaged in this earthquake.
包括你看，这有一些，我不知道这可能是之前就有一些掉落，这是一个包裹物。他们家的厨房，这边是有一块发现但这个是原有的设计，它是采光孔。你看，我们刚才说到这个细节他们家的厨房整体来看，这里有一些轻微的裂痕，大家能看到，这个玻璃应该是当时他们家的这个橱柜的玻璃。你看这个墙上只有一些轻微的裂纹，整体的房屋结构包括吊顶目前来看都是安全的。所以目前我们刚才就看出了我们的工作人员，包括在院子里现在正在张贴的，就是给出了他家房屋是一个 B 级，就是可以居住的这样一个评价等级。慢一点，我们俩会挂到这个线，好，慢点。那这栋房屋呢相对安全一些，同时我们也注意到，来我们注意一个细节虽然说整个房屋是受损了，但是里边房屋没有受损，但是当时地震的影响还是很明显的。我们看到他们家原来有一个大的花瓶。
The house is not severely damaged, but we can see some of the things inside the house, the vase, for example, were shattered. But the house basically is suitable for living. Yesterday, actually, there was a very big aftershock with a magnitude of 3.2, which is one of the biggest aftershock after this major shock. There are very clear shakings that we feel. We were newcomers here and we were very nervous, let alone the residents that used to live here. Of course, they would be much more concerned. You were sending some supplies to them, yes? Okay, and drinking water? So these are local volunteers that are helping out the neighbors. Do you have enough supplies? We have the basic supplies. What about the temperature inside? So inside the tent, there is a lady who have just given birth to a kid. So we specially set up this tent to take care of her. She was in this room when the earthquake struck. But luckily, she was fine, and so is the kid. Well, that's a relief because this house is really severely damaged. So the pregnant woman is your daughter-in-law, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. You need to take care of your daughter-in-law as well as the newborn baby. You can see that the house is severely tilted. And the daughter-in-law of this gentleman was specially located here, and who have just given birth to a kid 3 days ago. That's why a special tent was set up here for this new mom and the kid. And currently, the baby and the new mom are both okay. Thank you so much. Well, that must be very hard for this family with a newborn and a new mom and with this earthquake. And luckily, all the people, all the family members are safe and sound. I think that's the biggest blessing at this moment. We could see that almost all the houses are damaged to different degrees. So we are very much concerned about the livelihood of the local people. You can see that the walls are collapsed to different directions because of this when the earthquake struck, this place was shaken to different directions. As you can see, that's why you can see different directions of the collapsing. The maximum capacity for houses here to undertake earthquake is only magnitude 7, but the actual magnitude here is 9. So you could understand the severity of the damages here.
那现在呢，我们看到这是另外一家。您好，大妈，这是你们家啊？我看怎么有这么多床啊，领来这么多床啊？8家的床。哦，8家的床都领到这儿了，啊？刚刚这个大妈跟我说，有8家的床都在这儿，哦，都一块领过来了。32个人男的住这里面。哦。还有小娃娃，还有小娃娃，12个。哦，有12个小朋友。8家有12个。
So the beds for 8 households, 8 families are here.
是帐篷吗？我看一下。哦，是的，是的，是的。来，我们来给大家一个特写。您看。
There are 32 beds, and these are tents for disaster relief. So there are 4 tents.
有4顶帐篷。哎，这是分大小吗？是有的更大，有的更小吗？哦，这边还有。这是2顶帐篷，不同的配件。哦，这样是吧？所以是有2顶棉帐篷。然后这个帐篷。
So there are 2 big tents, right, with different accessories.
床是一共有一个里边有4张。哦，1、2、3、4、5、6，那就是
There are
4张床啊。刚才说是
24 beds.
哦，那相对来说有好一点，有24张床，现在是。这2天大家的生活还好吗？好，可以啊。
How is life in the past few days? I think we're good.
热饭，那个炉子家这个。昨天晚上冷不冷啊？冷嘛冷，我们可好的很。好的很。
I think life is good. Were you cold last night? Yes, a bit. We have stoves. We have furnaces.
那我们去看一下吧。好嘞，我们去看看，呀，小朋友，你小心一点啊。我们去看看他们家的情况。我们因为那个专业的评估的工作人员呢，他们一直在工作，我们也不方便过多的打扰他们。但是趁这个机会呢，我们来看一看咱们当地的这些百姓。一方面呢是有中央到地方的各级的帮助，同时他们也在自己想办法。哦，这就是你们昨天晚上都在这儿过的夜哈。哦，临时搭了一个帐篷。哦，哎呦，好暖和呀！这是烧的什么呀？煤炭。煤炭是从哪儿来的？
There is a furnace that could keep everyone warm. There are also beds.
来，我们可以进来看一下吗？可以，好，来，我们进来，慢一点。我们看看这一处的老百姓，咱们的聚集点哈。你看，刚刚那个阿婆跟我们说都有保障。你看，这都是发的饼吗？
There are some pancakes on stove, and also very big beds. Yesterday, there are 30 people that spent the night here, including the kids. Were you cold last night? How is everyone? Make sure to keep warm. There are new tents that have been set up, right? I think the new tents will be warmer and safer. What do you need right now? I think we need some more masks, hats, and shoes for the kids.
哦，希望来点厚的，就类似于咱们这种军大衣这样的，再来点这种厚鞋子。好的，行，我们也通过。
So through our live stream, I'd like to call on for people who want to make some donations. They will probably need some things to keep the kids warm. Children's hats, and shoes, masks.
感觉有点薄啊，这是这个季节穿的吗？小朋友，你冷不冷？不冷啊。您现在上几年级啊？我看你在哪个学校？1年级。哦，这是大河家镇周家小学是吧？学校安全吗？学校都没事吧？
Were you afraid in the earthquake? No, I'm not. Okay, take care of yourself and listen to your parents. Thank you. We'll call on for more people to focus on your demand. Thank you. Thank you so much. Stay safe. We see that a lot of people, families are settled here. They're helping each other out. I'm 75 years old this year, right? Or 88. Take care of yourself, Grandma. And this is a grocery store, right? Please stay safe. A lot of the houses are not suitable for living. You can see the big cracks. Make sure that you listen to the arrangement of the experts, okay? Thank you. We also need more furnace and coal. Thank you. So, important message to you. The local people in Zhoujiachun village would need furnace as well as coal. So some of the things I like to say at this moment. This morning we were at Meiposun village. At that time, we see a large amount of stoves or terraces that are being transported in. We also called on, through our live stream, to we want to see more furnaces to be sent in. Well, this place is also severely damaged. Well, the house seems to be severely damaged, but we still need further expert advice. Today we have visited many places, many houses, many villages, and we see a lot of supplies being transported in. Some say, but for the local residents, some are lacking the furnaces, some are lacking coal. So we call on the social forces and the local governments to allocate the much needed resources to the epicenter. We see a large number of furnaces that are already being transported in. We see several dozens of furnaces already being unloaded.
你好，打扰一下，我们是央视的，在做直播。这个是要取暖的炉子，刚运来是吧？对。
How many furnaces have been transported in? 38. Were those donated? Yes, it's a donation by our company.
就是从哪儿拉过来的？从哪儿？我没听。
From Ningxia County.
哦，您是这个企业的？是您特意捐来的。怎么想到？
So this is the donation of your company, right?
花了多少钱？
And we all of these tents and furnaces worth about 120,000 yuan. So this is something we'd like to do. There are also coal and charcoal.
我们看到哈，这个刚刚这个企业负责人也非常的低调，我们也不知道他是哪家爱心的企业，但是是来自于
So this is a company from Ningxia County. After this getting this message, they spent about 120,000 yuan to purchase all of these the furnaces and charcoal as well as tents. These are much needed supplies for the local people. That's all for the live broadcast at this hour. Thank you. Our reporter is not at one of the relocation sites in Gansu. And currently, this is dinner time. So how is dinner arranged at the relocation site? At such low temperature, do the affected people have access to warm food and drinks? I'm currently at the Dahecun village of Gansu Ningxia. You can see that the temperature is getting lower as the sunset. And this is dinner time. Of course, we are very concerned about the situation of the local people. Do they have access to warm food and drinks? As you can see, this is a temporary kitchen that's been set up by one of the PLA units. So can you tell us more about the dinner today? We have cabbages, onions, carrots, a radish, and this is some bean curd. We have a lot of vegetables, and this is cabbage. And potatoes here. These are some ingredients, spicy ones. These are chicken legs. What are we cooking? We have fried chicken today and chicken legs. We are making some hot roast, hot pots. Hot pots are effective ways to keep the people warm. We see some lamb, some mutton. Here is another kitchen, temporary kitchen. Also bean curd, milk. Milks are mainly distributed in the mornings for breakfast. We also saw fruits over there. So tonight we will provide apple, pears, and dragon fruits. And each night, we have 3 kitchen vans here. Each will provide 150. Will provide food to 150 people at most. And we are working around the clock. So whenever someone is in need, they could come by and get some food. Altogether, we can provide the 3 cooking vans can provide food to about 400 people. Dinner time is 6 p.m. to 6:30. And all the people could come to get their dinner as well as the fruits. Will we change the types of dishes every day? Yes, we will make sure that they will have nutritious food every day. So we will change the dishes on a daily basis. We can see that there are some local people that are also working here to provide food to some of the affected population here. So I think this warm food and drinks are very crucial to the local people. Thank you. The local houses were severely damaged by the earthquake. About 200,000 houses were damaged to different degrees. So before people move back in the house, they would have to go through very severe evaluation of the security and safety of the houses. So the first round of checkups was carried out this morning. We're at the doorstep of a farmer here named Han De-xin. And so the experts are doing the first round of checkup to his house. We can see that the kitchen was damaged, and you can see some curves of the roofs, and the rear wall of this room was completely collapsed. So this house is rated D, which is unsuitable to live in. This tag, as you can see, is temporarily printed out because the tags have been used up. That's since most of the houses during the checkup, they found that they are already severely damaged. Were you at home at the earthquake? Yes. Do you feel strongly about the earthquake? Yes, it was very severe, strong feeling. We would like to know, from the exterior, this place seemed not to be very severely damaged, right? Well, this is the northern room. It seems fine from the exterior, but if you take a closer look on the inside, this is a weight-supporting wall, weight-bearing wall. But you can see this very thorough crack here on this weight-bearing wall. That's why this house is unsuitable to live in, although it looks fine from the outside. Is there any house that is suitable to live in? Well, this house is rated B. It is also damaged, but not very severely. I can see some cracks of the tiles. Only a small crack was found on that wall, but the main structure is fine, it's intact. You can see the beams are fine. So it's suitable for temporary accommodation. So this tag would be regarded as a green light for the owners or even their neighbors to live in. As the checkup goes on, you could see some of the materials and supplies have been sent in. This is a very thick overcoat, and there is this the blankets. And also duvet, as well as electric blankets, because the electricity supply of this place has been restored. So the priority here is to do initial checkup of all the houses and to select some of the houses that could accommodate people that could be suitable to live in, so as to transfer, to be used as the transfer house during the disaster relief. A panel of experts sent by the Ministry of Urban Rural Development has been dispatched to the epicenter to help with the emergency evaluation of the local houses. Last night, altogether, more than 400 experts have been carrying out investigations of the houses. A large number of supplies have been transported from neighboring provinces. Including Ningxia province has been sent out a group of live detectors as well as tents, covers, duvets, and emergency kits have been allocated to Jishishan County of Gansu. The fire squad of Ningxia has also sent out a special rescue team to help with the disaster relief, carrying with them emergency supplies such as covers, tents, and power generators. We will follow closely the updates of the disaster-stricken areas so as to make sure that the supplies that are much needed by the local people could be allocated in a timely manner. From Inner Mongolia, large numbers of supplies, including hats, gloves, heaters, and water heaters, food, and so on, were transported to Gansu. By the 21st, all of these supplies will arrive at Gansu. A team of 200 rescue workers are ready to set off for the further rescue mission. Yesterday, the China Red Cross has allocated the second batch of disaster relief supplies to the poverty-stricken areas, including makeshift beds, tents, first aid kits, and so on. Professionals of medicine and disaster relief, as well as psychological reconstruction, have also arrived at the disaster-stricken area. There are also makeshifts toilets that have mobile toilets that have been transported to the area.
调拨救灾棉帐篷2200顶，棉被37600床，折叠床8250张，棉衣4500件，赈济家庭包厢4300个，拨付救灾资金
Total volume of 5 million yuan in disaster relief have been allocated. 550 kits of emergency relief have been carried in. The Ministry of Emergency Management has already been allocating large number of disaster relief supplies to the disaster-stricken areas. Most of the supplies from the central government have already arrived at the epicenter. The Disaster Relief Office have allocated tents, stoves, covers to the epicenter, and currently more than 108,000 pieces have arrived. And today, about 300,000 tins of fresh vegetables and fruits have been transported.
向甘肃、青海地震灾区提供资金援助，调运大量生活类救灾物资，助灾区做好受灾群众临时安置和生活帮助工作。此外，排危除险等
reconstruction such as disaster relief and risk discovering are also carrying out.
开展全面排查搜索，摸排危房2512间，地质灾害隐患点。
They have been doing many rounds of checkups on the damaged houses.
同时，应急管理部指令国家危化救援兰州石化队、国家矿山救援青海队和靖远队、国家管道救援乌鲁木齐
Several rescue teams are also transporting materials and equipment for disaster relief and rescue to the epicenter to get involved in the searching of survivors and cleaning up of roads and so on.
甘肃临夏州积石山县地震发生之后，中国人民银行加大货币政策工具支持力度，优先保障应急信贷资金需求。
The PBOC are also providing financial support to the disaster-stricken areas. A total number of 110 million yuan have been allocated to the region, and the financial services of this place will be restored timely. Here are some tips for you to stop the bleeding once you are involved in an emergency accident such as earthquake or car accidents. There are some spots that you could press if you were experiencing heavy bleeding. You could also use some cloths to tie the injured part up and dial 120 to wait for the doctors to arrive. During cold season,
但是还好，您家损失不算，人平安就好。
To keep yourself warm.
现在冬天冷着在，找房住呗在。
那到时候重建还要花好长一段时间了。
冬天冷不呀？
是。那现在就是住在帐篷里的话，那吃啊、用这些的呢？
现在某那在发展，之前某发的。
就是现在整个运行都是村里在运行 ，so all the village operation are done by the village committee, and they're sending out products here. And this is the house. 能带我们看看吗？您家里？您的院子还挺大的。
哪个比较严重？
这个还行。You can definitely see it might be a bit dark here, but you can see the ceiling is falling off. 那您当时是在睡觉吗？晚上？
晚上不睡觉，那个帐篷睡觉。
啊，不是，我说就是发生的时候。
发生在那这睡觉呗。
那怎么知道醒了呢？
这个脖子的话在这下来，脖子
就一下子捅破了。Oh, okay. So you can see the tube was cutting through because of the shake of the earthquake, and then the sound wake them up, and that's the time when they ran out to survive. So their family members are safe. 那您全家现在都平安啊？那就特别好，特别好。平安是第一位的 ，safety first。这就是您家有养小动物吗？有，还在，都在。
这个后院里。
后院里。So, 看。So their families also have animals that they raise at the backyard. So we're checking out this home here. We just randomly walk into one of the villager, and this is the kitchen. So the wall. 墙皮都掉了 so you can see the wall has cracked, and also, as I just said, the structure of the house is made of bricks as well as dirt or mud. We sat here, and it's definitely damaged. 您家里几口人呀？
我家里现在
10口还是4口
？4口，那是嘎娃现在领下的。
哦
，4个人现在。
4个人。
大嘎娃大儿子不。
So 4 family members here. 哦。
这那么几口人？
这水还能用吗？
能用，放在。
没有，我看这都结冰了。
啊，结冰。
So the waters are still functioning here. 嗯。哎，不浪费了，赶紧关上。So we turn it off, not wasting the water. So all the power supply as well as water supplies are pretty normal here. She's showing us around her house. 哎呦，您这棵树也足够的庞大。
这是什么树啊，阿姨？
这是核桃树。核桃。
有年头啊。
Nuts。嗯。哦，这边其实这边算是影响的比较严重的。The ceiling is completely fall off at this point.
谢谢阿姨啊。
谢谢。
不用谢。后院你去不去？
啊，后院去看一下吧。This is the backyard of her house, and we're trying.
嗯，这自种的，你看。瞧一把抓的自种的。
是养的真好。
对的。
哦。
这边没什么事。
嗯，它这边就简单的棚架。So the structure is pretty simple here. This is where they store the food for pets, and oh, this is the animals that her family raised. 哇！
这是奶牛吗？
嗯，哦，跟奶牛。
人家害怕你，就3只呀。
3只，哦，去年下的，这是今年下的。
哦。哎呦哎呦哎呦，渴成这样了，直接桶里喝了。
人没事就。
对，人没事就人慢点，哎，人平安就好。So this is one of the family that we have checked out here. 好，好嘞。So she just meant, as you earlier saw the damage of the village, and this is the road that what it looks like now. The ceiling fall off, bricks mixed with, I saw some glass mixed in between, and also a lot of rooftop that's falling off. And so as she said that, because even the house structure of the studio, as I also mentioned earlier, 床，那还睡家里啊？还是住帐篷里？住帐篷里。啊，住帐篷里。嗯。好嘞。So they are now getting their supply, for example, temporary beds and also foods from the village committee. And as she mentioned earlier, also this local resident saying here that they are all staying in tents now, and this is the temporary settlement and location that they are staying at. 慢点啊，这车掉头。It's quite hard to walk, even in the village, because lots of goods are being delivered. 你好，哎，您好，那个想问一下，您那个清真寺是从这儿然后往那边走是吗？他们在建板房，我们想过去一下。
哦，是，来，快点，快来。
清真寺我们是原来
组织志愿的
清真寺俺们住的这是，清真寺就是。
就从这儿往上走，然后左转一直往前走。
就是找这清真寺，哪个清真寺？这和他妈没。
他们说建板房的那个。
建板房的那个清真寺，建板房在那边。
那边哦，我等会儿过去，好嘞。
好，
哎，
让他带咱们过去。
可以吗？好，那我们上车。So坐他的车去吗？
对，坐你的车吧。
开咱们的吧。So we are walking towards our cars now, just because the reason why I'm asking them, because we want to find out where the temporary housing location is. What you're seeing here later on the camera will give you a better look. 你给那个帐篷一个镜头，就是 so currently they are staying at this tent that's trying to help them shielding from the cold. However, it's quite limited. But the temporary housing they set up had supplies of electricity. They can charge your phone. They have heating stove inside. And they are now getting their supply of a different household here. So the supply to meet the basic daily needs are coming in. The family, mostly the grandpas and fathers, are waiting in line to get them. 你推一个地面吧，我想说一下地面，你摇过去。And I'm asking the cameraman to give you a look at the floor. You can see it's reflective. What it means is that the water are now being frozen into ice. And that's why the temperature is so low here, and keeping everyone warm and safe, have a place to stay, has always been the first priority of this specific rescue mission. 好，我们上车吧。师傅，我们上车，去清真寺。So we are getting into the vehicle now and try to head to the mosque where they are having the temporary housing and placement there. 去那个清真寺，前面有辆车带我们过去，你就跟着他走就好了。Fasten my seat belts. 有一辆白色，好像是青海的车。
得掉头吧？你掉头？
掉头那边走。
往那边走啊？
您看，您掉没事，等您。您就放窗外吧。
就倒回去。
行，可以。那边他们都往那边看，然后掉头。So as we're heading to a major location where they have the housing temporary settlement is at.
快点房顶。
And my cameraman now is pointing at the rooftop. We're trying to give you an overall view of the village, and this is just one of the villages that's not far from where the epicenter of the disaster is. 那辆车呢？是他吗？
不是。就往上走，然后。
往上走左转，他就说一直走。我们来了，马上到。还要直走。 好像。怎么我的导航告诉我是另外一个方向呢？不掉头行吗？ And this is a scavenger hunt, because you never know where you're headed to, especially at this kind of breaking news coverage. And we are showing you the remain of snow on the ground. 直走，然后右转，应该是有路，没上去了才右。 那是他们吧？他说清。这儿吗？嗯。这是几点吗？右转这儿。下去。哎，21局，就是他们的人。 对，但是不在这儿，还得走6分钟，不远。嗯。这里只顺着走，400米窄路。没错，是左转，3分钟就到了。 天呐！还是直走。嗯，没事儿，对的。哎呀，在地上。You can hear the sound of the crumble of bricks and also, what's fall off from dust, ceiling, tree branches are all mixed into the sound of our tires rolling over. 太疯狂了！哦。也可以了。对，就在这个清真寺里吧。哎，顶呢？完了。他然后左转。啊，对啊，左。那就左转上去看吧，因为是。啊？是这儿吗？不是呀。往上。不对，在底下，师傅，在底下。在底下吗？嗯。We always run into the situation that we have to find where our location is.
对，下楼就对那个板，对，那就是。哎，这个小车不是刚刚我们在那个坡上碰到那个吗？好像。You can see a lot of rescued trucks and vehicles are still coming in because the village, it's as you see that a lot of people who are 应该是那个橙色车那就是 a lot of people who stay in these villages are elderly as well as kids, so it's really hard to transport them, especially we're still facing the dangers of the landslide as well as muds falling off, roads being blocked. These are some challenges we're still facing on. We're showing the housing and it's all 橙色衣服。那个清真寺怎么？知道。我们他也得让。So it's all being delivered here now. 对，就是我。哎，到了。你好，找来了。好嘞，好，哎，没问题。是在这个里边吧？哎，好。这里大概放置多少个呀？
哎呀，也三四十间。哎呀，30-40间还在弄，现在还在弄。
你们不说我？对，我刚看了，哎呦，这天空。
这个路上，然后这个车进不来，大车来以后，
一批往里边。
然后有这个一个，然后往这转着来，这里面小得很，车进不去。
明白。
啊。
So what we are seeing here is now they are putting this housing into the location that they found, to about 30 of them, but the trucks are hard to get in, so the progress is quite slow. 那通常这样子一个集装箱的这个就是转移，它要多长时间呢？
快得很，你看。
它这个是底座吗？
它这是一个整装的。
哦，它就是这样抽起来，像
它折叠式彩钢瓦房、活动板房，它吊装过去以后，你看里边也正在作业着呢。
我们先拍一点这儿啊，还是进去看吧。好嘞，我们跟着您往里走。
也是比那边规模还大。
哦，但是你那边好像也是25。
也是21局，中庭21局。
啊，没有，我的意思说，我说数量呢？
那边36间。
哦。
哎，算了。
都行，您保暖为主，我都行，保暖为主。
啊，你们辛苦啊。
啊，没事儿，你们更辛苦。
哎，我们在这里，帮临下脱贫攻坚，乡村振兴一路走过来的。啊，
那确实很感慨，帮他脱贫攻坚，现在房子起来了，又受到了自然灾害，还得帮他重建。
对。
这边的这个受灾群众已经住上了。
这边
完成一间。
那边的已经住上了。
那边电正在电通上以后，电通上以后，他就能住进去。你看，这就是。
那您说住进去的是这边还是
这边已经？
这就是就完成一间住一间，这个里面就住一间。
这么快？
完成一间住一间，都等着了，都在你看。
你看这就。
那怎么分配呢？谁来分配呢？
村里分配。
村里啊分配。
So the village committee will assign who to stay in, and so it's folded and being lifted up, and now they're positioning it. So it's different from the earlier ones that we've been to. So for this one, is once they have it ready set up, the household will move it immediately because, as you know, we're approaching dawn now.对。
里面有没有住着人呢？
住人的，我进去看。
带我们进去看看。住人的有几个？
这几个都住上了。So people are already moving in.
好是那个炉子啊，就好这个每家安排配置。
哦，都直接住进来了。
你床跟炉子到了没有？
我一个没得到我哈。
没得到哦，好。
好
了，
奶奶，我能进来看看不？哦，都生火。
啊，这边。
在这边。So they're trying to let us visit one household, and for the household that already moved in. Oh, it's quite dark here. The heating stove is how they keep the entire house warm. 3个小孩 ，3 kids in a family. 确实太黑了。他在接电话，我来。
正接电着呢。
So
没有电是吗
？They are working on plugging in the electricity here. This is the heating stove.
哦，这还有烤面包是吧？哎呀，热的茶水，泡面，炉子。
Ramen noodle, instant noodle. And this is warm.
能喝上热水，有东西吃。
这还是隔间儿，我感觉还好蛮贴心。欢迎，谢谢。So this is what it looks like after settling in. The beds are not arriving yet, but they're working on pretty much having the electricity supply as soon as possible, having the daily goods, necessary goods.
电正在，好像大电还没有这会儿。
还分大电和小电，小电是什么？
电器正接着呢。
今儿晚上差不多了。
So the electricity supplies will pretty much attach to the temporary housing by tonight. 其实主要是老人跟小孩去居多。我来回去。
把那个手机那个亮。
这里边的炉子上的水都快烧开了。
我们看看。
走进去看看。
没事，我们看看你的暖炉。慢点。
走。这个房子只有楼子升起就非常快。
水都快烧开了。
There's a boiling water. We can hear the noise.
这个烧开了，这个烧。
哦。
你看。
The warmth of fire. You know it's so important at this temperature.
好，太好了。
哎呀，你们这个是很关键的工程啊。Only the heating stove is functioning, the house will be warm.
没问题，那个都打住了。
里边暖和，你先在里边待着啊。
他要捋一捋。哎。哦。哎，我的摄像老师，蔡老师，他现在人家虽然没有电，但有应急灯。
是吗
？So even though they don't have electricity now, but they have the emergency lighting for each housing. As you know, it's getting dark now. 所以其实你们的配备还是蛮完善的。
对。
那这个灯是本身这个房子就配有的，还是说你们临时调灯？So the lamp was not included, but they have them over. 还有什么？照自己打灯。 And 所以他们是排队分房和物资。So the lines are actually for daily supplies, and there is a line for house arrangement. So people are gathering here because they have the lighting is just because it's getting dark here and we need lighting. So this is what they need, and you see people are lining up. They know it's when they get them, families will be inside. It will be warm, and so pretty much that means they will have a warm night of sleep, which is quite critical, especially in the situation that afterquake is sure happening and also landslide are happening. So this is what we are seeing here. Majority of the supplies are ramen noodle because of their belief and religion here. So they need to respect them. So 在这个背景吧，在这个 so here is an overview of what it looks like. People, even though they can't go back to their home, this is a temporary housing that they stay in. The temperature is low, but at least tonight, most of them will have a warm place to stay. And that's all I have for now from the village, and let me just wrap up. And we will bring you more from the Gansu earthquake and what's happening on the ground on the days to come.